I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole crowd, Daddy.
I'm going to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it. And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if the board works, come pop in and say, hey, want to talk?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I got bedhead. I still got my pajamas on. Me and Lucy just watched a movie and I ugly cried. And then I came to get started and then my computer made me do an update. So that's why I'm a few minutes late. That and the ugly crying, you know, it's been a morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. I'm glad to see y'all. Today is, you know, on weekends, I actually get to sleep in. I don't have to be at treatment in the mornings. So I was like all excited to be able to sleep in today. And then I end up waking up early anyway. So me and Lucy woke up early, went out to the beach for a little bit, and then came in and watched a movie. So it was really good. We watched Selma. Oh my gosh. I ugly cried. Oh, I ugly cried so bad. I'm like sitting there holding Lucy like, oh. Such a good movie though. Such a good movie. Get you all up in your feelings. So good morning. Good morning. Oh my gosh, it does that every time. My phone for some reason will pop up all of a sudden with me talking and I don't know why. So good morning. We only have, I was planning on originally streaming today and tomorrow. However, we got Lucy down there. Hi, Lucy girl. However, we only have one more day, so we won't be streaming tomorrow or Monday because there's no court Monday. And then we'll kind of see how Tuesday goes. We will see how Tuesday goes. Lady in Gray, hello. Brandi, love Brandi mods in chat, my fam. I think YouTube lost a month. I believe I was at 9 months last month. Oh, you know, YouTube's been YouTubing a lot lately. It's been not going how things should go. I don't know what's going on with it. But happy anniversary, Lady in Gray. We are glad to have you. So glad to have you. Look at Lucy all laid up. She was like, we were snuggling, we were enjoying our morning, and now I'm down here by myself. You're all right. All right. So, Vicky Joe became a member. Where'd that go? Member for 6 whole months. 6 whole months. Happy anniversary, Vicky Joe. I don't know why that says become a member, and then that one says, I think Streamlabs just gets confused. But then that one says member for 6 whole months. But anyway, happy 6 whole months. Happy 6 whole months to you. History and Crime with Robin. So happy to see you. I am happy to see you too. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good morning. Oops. Nan R. Member for 9 whole months. 9 whole months. I'm in too much pain today to chat. Aw. But I love you all. I'll be watching on my TV. Oh, Nan R. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry. I know how bad that sucks. Anne. Hello, Anne. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Mrs. Oh, it kicked you out again. It keeps doing that. It did that really bad yesterday. It was doing it really bad yesterday for some reason. But happy 4 months. I'm glad that it lets you back in. Hopefully it won't kick you out again. Just tell YouTube it's your anniversary. You're not allowed to get kicked out. It's your anniversary party. YouTube doesn't listen. YouTube be YouTubing. But happy anniversary. I'm glad you're here. Let's see what we have going on. Let's see if I think I have to fix this. Hold on. Let's see. Window. There we go. Look at me learning how to fix things. Woo, woo. So excited. So excited. Marie Moss, what I look forward to, seeing my wonderful friends and family, the best chat ever. Pencils sharpened as always. Much love and respect. Yay! Happy 8-month anniversary, Marie Moss. We would be lost without you and your statistics and your numbers because we love hearing them. Lynn in South Carolina, happy 8-month anniversary to you too. Love it here with our queen, Lucy, mods, and chat. Yay! We love it here. We all love it here. It's our little family. Happy 8 months to you. Happy 8 months. And Hellcat, member for 6 whole... Why does it say you just became a member? You didn't just become a member. This is your 6 months. See what I mean? It's weird. It says new member. You ain't new here. You ain't new. You know the rules. 6 months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary to you. I don't know why it does that sometimes. It's weird. But anywho. What is the punishment for Michelle contempt of court? Well, we don't know yet. So they're going to have the contempt of court hearing after they finish with the trial stuff. So we don't even know yet until they actually have the contempt hearing. So it'll be interesting to see what they say and what happens. But hopefully we'll be able to watch that live. I want to because I'm nosy. Kathy B, member for 9 whole months. Happy anniversary to you. Glad to see you feeling better. I do. Weekends are a little bit easier for me. I do feel better on weekends. It helps not having the treatment in the morning. I feel a little bit more energized. But I do already need a nap. That's okay. Naps are good. Dallas, our very own mod. Dallas, born Boston bred. Best chat on the internets. Member for 9 whole months. Happy 9-month anniversary, Dallas. I'm so glad to have you in the chat and as a mod. Love it. Rona, I thought it had been longer, but anyway, thank you, Brandi, for all your hard work. Member for 8 whole months. Look at you two trying to steal our time away from each other. We'll say it's been longer, but YouTube is only recognizing it for 8 months. Happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary to you. And Beach Gal, member for 5 whole months. Happy anniversary to you too. Woohoo! Doing my celebration dance. I love the dances. Celebration dance. I need to get like a little dancing thing to come up when we do that. Happy anniversary to you. Happy. And we have one more. Majestic Unicorn, member for 8 whole months. Happy anniversary to you too. Happy anniversary to you. I love seeing the anniversaries. It means y'all have come and liked it and stuck around, and that means a lot to me. All right, so we left off yesterday. They had just talked about the contempt hearing that they're going to do, and then so we did listen to that part from yesterday's testimony, but the rest of today is going to be the rest of yesterday's testimony. So I do know that we're going to have Lucy gone. She was just there. I was going to show her. She gone. I know they're going to do the video from Michelle, which will be, I think they said 3.5 hours. So we have that and then a few witnesses to get through today. So, and I know that we're going to get some more data for the timeline and stuff like that. So that'll be good. Julie Martin, thank you for the super chat. Hello, Brady. So good to see you on a Saturday. Much love. Your sweet voice makes me happy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Now I feel like obligated to make my voice sound sweeter. I'm like, thank you. Instead of, oh my gosh. That's all right. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. All right. Are y'all ready? We're going to start out at 1.25. We are going to have to listen to the video at normal speed. Otherwise, it's hard to understand.
We have Detective Kimball, and we're
but the rest of it will speed trial.
Entirety. I believe it's 3 hours and 50 minutes. I gave another copy to the defense last night.
3 hours and 50 minutes.
So I know the court.
So almost 4 hours.
Additional breaks, but I just want to let the court know what we have on schedule for today.
Thank you.
Gonna be a
You
long.
can bring the jury out, please.
Bring the jury. It's gonna be a long video. That's okay. But we've heard the first two, and we've heard the stuff that she said. So now we'll get to hear, some of the stuff that she, fibbed about, lied about, misled, left out, changed. So it'll be interesting. Oh, Patches, I missed your 9-month sticker. I wish I could go back and show those. Happy 9-month anniversary, Patches. Happy 9 months. You now have a
Would
jury.
counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Baby. Happy 9
Your Honor, the
months.
state call Scott Grinrod to the stand, please.
Spilling stuff. Okay.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, please.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yeah, Scott Grinrod, S-C-O-T-T, last name is Grinrod, G-R-I-N-D-R. Sir, you may be seated, thank you.
IND what? GRIND.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, good, how are you?
By whom are you employed, sir?
M&T Bank.
Now, did that used to be People's Bank?
Yes, it was People's Bank until 2022 when they merged.
How long have you worked for did you work for People's Bank as well as M&T?
Yeah, I was hired by People's in 2015, May.
And with the merger to M&T Bank, did you retain your employment with that company?
Yes, I did.
What is your role with the company?
I didn't hear his last
I'm a security
name.
representative currently.
Okay, what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
Currently as a security representative, I oversee the branches, but with People's, we did all the video, all the alarm codes, all the card access program. We ran all of that out of the command center.
Where is Command Center?
Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Well, how many people do you work with respect to all the videos from the branches?
There was only 3 of us in the command center. We worked 24/7.
And were you working in that role in 2019?
Yes, I was.
Was that also at the Command Center?
Yes, in Bridgeport.
Did that, Command Center encompass a bank branch in Avon, Connecticut?
Yes, it did.
Would that be People's Bank off of West Main Street?
Yes, it was.
Is there a video surveillance on that ATM at what was People's Bank on West Main Street?
Yes, there was.
And are you familiar with that area, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with the video surveillance at that ATM?
Yes, I am.
In what way?
Just viewing it as needed during different transactions as asked.
Now, in 2019, sir, was a request made to download a video from that bank branch
Yes, there was.
for May 29th, 2019?
Okay, so this should be the video
And
of
were you
him
present
getting
when that
cash
download
out.
occurred?
Yes, I was.
And did you view the video at that time?
Yes, I did.
If I may just have one moment.
Yes.
Remember, we
Your Honor, State's
heard
offering 147. I don't believe there's an objection. I'd move it in at this time.
That's correct. What is the number, please?
147?
147 admitted
there's
as full.
video of him getting cash out of the
Thank
ATM to go pay for the car wash. At the car wash, yeah. Hi, Mandy. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
So I'm going to have you take a look at either the screen in front of you or right behind you. I'm going to open the file marked People's Bank.
I can hear them pouring water or
Sir,
whatever.
do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Or bourbon. I mean, I don't know what they're doing up there.
Yes, that's Avon's branch. And that would be the camera coming up to the ATM.
And the date and time, sir?
It was Wednesday, May 29th at 2:31 p.m.
And the player that it's being played on, is that the player that was used in 2019?
Yes, visual intelligence.
Is the time correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
Is there a way, well, let me ask you this. At the command center, did you have access to all the video surveillance in Connecticut for the banks?
Yeah, we had access to all of Connecticut, all of New England, all the branches that people owned.
Was the time synced for all of the videos?
Yes, what it is, a DVR goes into the server inside the
Ricky
branch.
Watson.
That branch is connected to the People's Bank United server in Bridgeport, Connecticut,
Hi, Tom Dance.
and that's how you get your date and time.
I'm going to have you take a look at the video, please. Thank you.
Ooh, we see you. We see you with your ugly shaped head. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. It's the nicest thing I could say. Hello, Laurel. Hello. Yes, he is getting money out of the ATM to go get, to go pay for the car to be detailed. So this is at 2:30. So he's already dropped the car off. So this is before he goes to pick it up. And remember, he paid for it in cash when he picked it up. They saw him getting his, in that first video, when he was dropping off, we saw him get his wallet out, but he didn't pay for it. When he had on the thing, they said still needs to pay when he went to pick it up. So he picked it up that afternoon. So this is him getting money out of the ATM to go pay cash. Like the scandalous sucker he is.
Actually, just gonna pause it there, sorry. Is that the view from the ATM machine at the bank?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this vehicle, is this a drive-up ATM?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and inside the view, the individual reaching out, is he reaching towards an ATM machine, or what is he reaching towards?
Yeah, he's reaching directly at the ATM machine.
And the passenger side, where the female is located, is there any bank incident or bank camera that focuses on that side of the vehicle?
No, there's not.
Okay. If I can, I'll just finish playing the video. Okay. Thank you very much. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I just have a couple of questions. And may I just
Of
ask
course
you
you
to-
do.
You want to put that up?
Yeah, just if you could put up that same stop portion. I just have a couple of questions.
Sure.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So we can just, all right, that'll be a good place to stop it. This car is reflecting something that is where the camera is, correct?
Correct.
And that's the screen for the ATM, right?
Correct.
So when you see the driver there reaching out, he's actually, it's a push screen, correct?
Oh my
Like
God.
touch screen?
Right.
And then it looks like in the reflection, he put his ATM card into the machine that we're sort of seeing in a reflection of the side of the car, correct? In reverse, though.
Correct.
Okay. In order to find this particular clip, did you have to look for a particular client account?
No, we were given a date and a time period.
He's like
Obviously,
just
when the
explaining
transaction
how
occurred,
ATMs
and
work.
that's what we learned.
Oh, and did you also, however, look into or try to obtain the account information, so what the transaction was?
We don't have access to accounts.
Oh, okay, so what you did was was
Was-
just get the camera.
Exactly.
And you then downloaded that and then provided it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
He's like, so did he
there a
have to
redirect?
roll his window
No, sir,
down
thank you.
to lean out
Or you
of
may
it?
step down.
Thank you, sir.
Do you know if he had a window? Do you know if he also had
Can
a
I just
headache that
return this
day?
to the clerk, Your Honor?
Do you know how much money
Judge,
was
just
in his
before I
account?
call my next witness, I wanted to put something on the record, and I did bring this to the court's attention yesterday, just for the jury's benefit. When I was examining Kristen Maydell back on February 5th, I asked her the following question.
Yay, Sandy.
This is from page 16 of that transcript. But I want you to assume the following facts are true. I want you to assume that the defendant, in her third interview with the police, indicated to them that she had held a bag open for Mr. Dulos as he deposited something in the bag. Is it possible that her DNA could have gotten on the bag as she was holding it? Answer, yes, that's possible. We know that if you come in contact with something, it is possible for you to leave your own DNA behind on an item. Judge, I misspoke when I gave that particular hypothetical about what the defendant said in her third interview, and I just wanted to apologize to the court. It was inadvertent, but obviously because I misspoke, that hypothetical should be stricken and the jury should be instructed to disregard it. They're going to hear
Time out.
exactly what was said in a moment, so.
Thank you. What the court intends to do is, in its instructions to the jury, remind the jury of that part of the evidence that the state wishes to be stricken.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to put it on the record.
Thank you.
The state calls Detective John Kimball.
John Kimball. He's been here before. Come on, John. Give it to. Ooh, ice cream. Ooh, ice cream sounds
You're
good.
still under oath, Detective Kimball, so you may be seated.
Yes, Your Honor.
I want ice cream.
Your Honor, may I just have some exhibits marked for
Yes.
identification?
All right. Somebody mentioned ice cream. Now I need a popsicle. Especially if we're about to sit through almost 4 hours of testimony. I need a popsicle. This is the police interview that we're going to watch. Mayfield Dairy Fudgesicles. Change your life.
Good morning.
Morning, Attorney.
Welcome
Yes.
back.
Thank you, sir.
Detective, where we had left off, you indicated that the defendant had participated in a third interview with the state police. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did the Connecticut State Police continue to investigate the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos during the summer of 2019?
Yes, we did.
And did the Connecticut State Police learn additional information as the summer progressed?
Yes, we did.
Were arrangements made for the defendant and her attorney, Andrew Bowman, to come into Troop G for a third interview with the police?
Yes.
Who was present for this third interview?
It was myself, Detective Corey Clabby, the defendant, and her attorney, Andrew Bowman.
Was it recorded?
It was, yes.
Where in Troop G was it recorded?
It was recorded in an interview room adjacent to the major crime office.
Now, before we get to the third interview, I want to discuss with you some of the information that you learned between the defendant's June 6th interview and the August 13th interview. Is that all right?
Absolutely, yes.
And I just want to be clear to the court, I'm not offering this for the truth, merely to set up the course of the interview and what they learned in between. I want to direct your attention to a Toyota Tacoma owned by Mr. Pavel Gubini.
Yes.
Did you learn additional information about that Tacoma during the course of the investigation between the second and third interview?
Yes, we did.
What did you learn?
So, amongst other things, we learned that we have video of the Tacoma traveling to and from New Canaan on the day of Jennifer's murder, May 24th.
Your Honor, I am going to object to this as being sort of a summary of what is somewhat contested evidence. So it's hearsay, and what he learned, he can certainly talk about like subjects, but to go into the details, I submit is hearsay, and I can't cross-examine if it's not himself that even did these kind of things. So,
Well, the offer
That's what he learned.
is phrased this way. We learned. Now, that could mean from personal knowledge we observed. It could mean during the course of the investigation, more information was developed. The offer essentially is going to what the state police decided to do as a result of further investigation. And so the court is going to overrule the objection.
and I would just also note, I would also object on grounds of relevancy and materiality because
Oh,
it's
my
allowed this
gosh.
witness to summarize the police investigation rather than the jury deciding based on what the evidence has.
So the state can present its evidence the way the state wants to present its evidence.
Very well.
Overruled.
You indicated that there was information that the Tacoma had gone back and forth to New Canaan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you also receive additional DNA results during the course of the summer?
We did.
And were there any DNA results that were of note with respect to the defendant?
Yes, we received a DNA result that indicated that Michelle Troconis' DNA was present on one of the bags seized from Albany Avenue.
I'm going to also object, that's a mischaracterization. There was a partial.
Well, now, if an objection is an objection,
Yeah.
and testimony not under oath is testimony not under oath. Overruled.
Just to be clear, you received a DNA report which indicated that there was a likelihood that Michelle Troconis was a contributor to a profile found on a garbage bag. Is that correct?
That is accurate, yes.
With respect to, was there also an additional DNA report from evidence taken from the Tacoma?
Yes. A blood-like substance swatch was removed from one of the seats in the Tacoma, and the DNA results for a testing of that swatch indicated that it was consistent with the DNA from Jennifer Dulos.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Sit down.
Did you also learn information about an establishment known as Russell Speeder's Car Wash?
Yes.
What did you learn about that?
We learned that on Wednesday, May 29th, Michelle Troconis and Fotis Dulos went to Russell Speeder's where the Tacoma was dropped off to have it detailed.
And with respect to Pavel Gumini, did he provide a police interview as well in the interim between the second and third interview?
Yes, he did on July 12th.
And did he provide you information with respect to who had his keys on May 24th, 2019?
He did.
And what did he indicate about his keys to the state police?
In that interview, he indicated that on the day of Jennifer's murder,
Objection.
Objection.
Well-
Sit down.
I'd ask that that be stricken.
Well, the witness is indicating what Mr. Gomeni said.
I don't claim the portion which I think Mr. Schoenhorn's objecting to. Perhaps I can just sharpen my question.
Yes.
He indicated
I'd ask that it be stricken.
Sit
that's fine.
down.
He indicated on May 24th, all right, about his keys. All right, can you just tell the jury what he indicates in state police about his Tacoma keys?
he indicated that on May 24th, his keys from his Tacoma went missing, and that when he
Your
and
Honor,
Fotis-
I'm going to object. This is now not only hearsay, but it's mischaracterization of his testimony.
Well, counsel, you have cross-examination concerning what may be considered to be a mischaracterization. This officer is testifying about what the investigation yielded, such that certain areas were going to be explored at the third interview. They're not being offered for the truth as the court understands it.
No, but his understanding of what
Oh
he
my
thinks
gosh.
the other people said is not relevant or material.
Counsel, the court's view of the evidence is that these areas of inquiry concern what concerned the state police at that third interview.
That's correct, Judge.
Overruled.
You may answer.
So in his interview, Pavel Gumeni indicated that when he was leaving 80 Mountain Spring, he saw his keys. When he returned to 80 Mountain Spring with Fotis Dulos, the keys to the Tacoma were not there, and that Michelle Troconis eventually brought the keys back to 80 Mountain Spring.
And that was all information that you learned between the defendant's June 6, 2019 interview and the August 13, 2019 interview. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And were those some of the subject matters that you sought to address with her in that August 13th interview?
Yes.
I want to now direct your attention to a restraining order application that was filed by the defendant. Are you familiar with that application?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I am.
Let's talk.
Your Honor, I think we should have a sidebar at this point. This is-
No.
this is hard, but I think we need to have a little discussion about this.
This guy is just... He annoys the bejesus out of me. Even with a popsicle in my hand, he still annoys me. That's when it's bad. If you can be eating a chocolate popsicle and still get annoyed at somebody, you know they're bad. Dang, how long is this sidebar? Finally.
Defense objection is sustained.
Detective Kimball, as part of your investigation, well, have you reviewed residential surveillance footage in connection with this case?
Yes.
I have what has been marked as State's Exhibit 148, Your Honor, which is a disc. I should indicate to the court that this disc is essentially a composite of evidence which has already been admitted, specifically Exhibits 84, 90, and 92. And it also includes some screenshots from those exhibits. So I'd offer that at this time.
Yeah, I haven't finished, but it appears that I have no objection. So if suddenly there's one that I hadn't thought, or that's improperly on here, I'll bring it up. But so far, I'm not finding any reason to object. It's just that there's many I have to go through.
Thank you. 148?
Yes, sir.
148 admitted as false.
Detective Kimball, just before I play 148, firstly, are you familiar with the addresses of 1 Jefferson Crossing, 77 Mountain Spring Road, and 77 Eli Road?
Yes, I am.
And can you just indicate to the jury what town those addresses are located in?
Those are in Farmington.
Right. And as part of the investigation, residential surveillance footage was seized. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I believe there were in some instances, multiple days that were seized. Is that correct? Multiple days of
Yes,
footage?
that's correct.
All right. Well, we're going to focus today on May 24th, 2019. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm actually going to ask if you wouldn't mind, you're going to be on your feet for a little bit, all right?
That's fine.
All right.
What is happening?
So, Judge, within States 148, which is clip number 1, if we could just open it and pause it so that we can orient the jury. So, Detective Kimball, I'm just going to ask, could you just orient the jury in terms of what address this is seized from, and could you also orient the jury as to the time?
Sure, absolutely. This video is seized from 77 Mountain Spring Road, which is this property here. It shows the entrance in the upper right to 80 Mountain Spring Road. South is in this direction. North is in this direction to the left, where Fort Jefferson Crossing is located. You have timeline, or excuse me, a timestamp up top. That timestamp is inaccurate. It is 1 day, 24 hours, and 10 minutes fast. So it's reading 5/25/2019. It is actually 5/24/2019, and the time is reading 12:32 p.m. The time is actually 12:22 p.m. So anytime you see this, you have to remember that you have to go back 1 day and 10 minutes in time, and that's the actual time.
So we're just going to play it at this point. Detective Kimball, was there anything of investigatory interest to you in this clip?
Absolutely. In the upper right-hand corner, the gray or white driveway to 80 Mount Spring is shown, and at 12:22 on the 24th of May, we see a vehicle matching or consistent with the description of the Toyota Tacoma arriving, pulling into the property.
Okay, so this would have been
from the south.
when
Incidentally,
he arrived
Detective, I should have
back
asked you this earlier, but
from New Canaan.
during your third interview with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you which vehicle she was driving on May 24th, 2019 in the afternoon?
Michelle Troconis indicated she was driving the white Jeep Cherokee.
All right. And I'm just going to pull up now file number 2, labeled 2/1:32 p.m., 77 Eli. All right. So can you just orient the jury to what we're looking at here?
Absolutely. This is surveillance from 77 Eli Road. So Mountain Spring is to the south, and the next road up to the north is Jefferson Crossing. So north is to the left, south is to the right. We're looking at Eli Road.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the white vehicle in the top center of the photograph. What type of vehicle is that?
That appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
All right, and you indicated the defendant said she was operating a white Jeep Cherokee?
That's correct.
And in case I missed it,
Oh, I didn't, yeah.
to the right is 80 Mountain?
80 Mountain would be to the right, to the south, and Jefferson Crossing would be to the left, to the north.
All right. Oh, and this is 1:32 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct. The timestamp is down here. It's really probably not readable to the jury.
Your Honor, I'm not going to do this for each one, but what it appears is this is all evidence that's already in. We now have a witness who wasn't there, who didn't even collect it.
But what's the objection? What's the ground?
The objection is it's based on hearsay, it's irrelevant, and it's already in evidence, and therefore it's a waste of time to have this witness re-describe evidence that's already been testified to.
Well, the court understands this entire offer to encompass what areas were going to be explored with the defendant at the third interview. Now, if the state represents that these areas will not be explored with the defendant at the third interview, then this is a needless presentation of cumulative evidence. If the state indicates these areas are going to be explored with the defendant at the third interview, the court would overrule the objection.
The trips back and forth from 80 Mountain to Fort Jefferson Crossing were absolutely explored during the third interview. And I also just want to respond to the hearsay objection. The defendant's words are not hearsay, they're admissions by a party opponent, and so that objection is not well taken. She indicated that she was driving the Jeep Cherokee.
I'm not objecting, let me be clear, I'm not objecting to that. I'm objecting to this witness describing what he was told about what's in these videos. That's my concern.
The court has articulated its reasons for overruling the objection.
I just can't stand him.
Next clip is 3. All right. Is this still 77 Eli Road?
This is still 77 Eli Road.
And what is the time, sir?
The timestamp down here is 13:33, which is 1:33 p.m. on May 24th.
And there appears to be a black SUV-type vehicle in the photograph. Do you recognize that vehicle?
I do.
And what is that vehicle, sir?
A vehicle is consistent with the Chevrolet Suburban, owned by Fotis Dulos.
And how do you know that?
The general appearance of the vehicle, the Thule rack on the top, and there is a magnetic four-group sign adhered to the front passenger door.
And incidentally, during your third interview with the defendant, did she indicate that she was driving the white Jeep Cherokee and Mr. Dulos was driving the Suburban?
Yes.
And that's the Suburban?
Yes.
For real, Carrie.
And now we're going to play file number 4. I'm just going to play it and then I'll ask you about it.
Okay, so the Jeep is pulling into the workhouse. This is 80 Mountain Spring Road. So this is
Okay, firstly, what address is this taken
workhouse.
from?
The Jeep and then the Suburban.
Surveillance from 77 Mountain Spring showing 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And in that particular clip that we just watched, what did you see of investigatory interest?
So just to remind the jury, north is up here, Jefferson Crossing is up here. The time is 5/24/2019, 1:36 p.m. And what I saw was a white Jeep Cherokee coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing, pulling into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring, and less than a minute later, a black Chevy Suburban coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing, pulling into 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Number 5. What are we looking at here, sir?
We're again looking from 77 to 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And what is the time here?
The time here is 1:41 p.m.
All right. And I want to direct your attention to the upper right-hand portion of the photo. Do you see that white vehicle?
I do, sir.
Now, this is obviously a still shot. However, can you just explain to the jury why this is significant to the investigation?
This is the white Jeep Cherokee leaving 80 Mountain Spring at 1:41 p.m., turning right towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
So this is roughly how long after the vehicle has arrived?
You're going to ask me to do math.
He didn't come here to do math.
Oh my God.
Maybe it'd be easier just go back to the clip.
From 36 to 41.
All right.
5 minutes.
Okay. And is this from 77 Eli Road, number 6?
Yes, this is.
And what's the time?
It's in the lower hood. I believe it's 1:45 p.m. on the 24th.
All right, and I want to direct your attention to the vehicle in the upper left-hand portion of the photograph. What type of vehicle is that?
Appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And what direction is it headed?
It's coming from the direction of 80 Mountain Spring, traveling north towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Clip number 7. All right, we're still at 77 Eli Road here, file number 7, or image number 7, I should say.
Yes.
And what is the time?
It's 1:58 p.m.
And directing your attention specifically to the vehicle, what type of vehicle does that appear to be?
That appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And is it heading in the general direction of 80 Mountain Spring Road?
It's heading from the direction of Jefferson Crossing towards 80 Mountain Spring.
And this is image 8.
So this is all that back and forth driving.
And we're back at 77 Mountain Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what's the time, sir?
2:01 p.m.
And was there anything of investigative significance in this image?
Noted a vehicle consistent with a white Jeep Cherokee coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson, pulling into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
All right, we're going to move on to number 9. Still at 77 Mountain in this clip?
That's correct.
What are we looking at?
So we're looking at a vehicle consistent with a white Jeep Cherokee pulling out of the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring, turning right, traveling north towards 4 Jefferson Crossing.
And what's the date and time here?
Date would be 5/24/2019 at 20:25 at this point.
All right, I'm not going to ask you to do math this time. We'll just go to the next clip. This is image number 10. We're back at 77 Eli.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to the vehicle. What type of vehicle does that appear to be?
Appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And maybe for the final time, we'll just orient the jury. As vehicles are going right to left in this photograph, it would be heading in the general direction of 4 Jefferson Crossing. Is that correct?
They're going from right to left. Yes, correct. 80 Mountain Spring is to the right. Jefferson Crossing is to the left.
And did I ask you the time?
You did not, but it appears to be 2:28 p.m.
All right, pause. All right, I'm just going to pause it there. Just, if you could, just orient the jury to what we're looking at here.
All right. So this is Jefferson Crossing, the road. Eli Road is off to the right. This road runs east-west. This residence right here is 4 Jefferson Crossing, where Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis resided together. This is from the perspective of 1 Jefferson Crossing, the residence directly across the street, looking south at 4.
And I believe this is the Swanson's residence, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And if we just play the clip.
So this stuff does not match a lot of what she told police.
Actually, just before, we could just pause it at 13 seconds. I want to just orient the jury to 4 Jefferson Crossing here, if we could. 4 Jefferson Crossing has multiple chimneys, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right, I want to direct your attention to the chimney on the far left. If you could just point that out for the jury. And you're indicating with your right index finger, basically the dead center of the photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Is there any smoke coming out of the chimney?
There does not appear to be any smoke coming out of that east chimney.
All right.
Oh God, that means that there's going to be
And the
pictures
time
with
is
it coming out.
2:30.
It's almost June.
Incidentally, is this a motion activated camera, if you know?
Yes, this is a ring camera, so this camera only activates when there's motion within a close proximity to the camera.
Understood.
It's almost
And
June.
we're just going to go on to
If
image
they're
number
making
12.
fires. Oh Lord of mercy.
All right. With respect to image number 12, we're still at 1 Jefferson Crossing. Is that correct?
Correct, looking at 4 Jefferson Crossing.
All right. Just going to play the clip now, and I'm going to ask if you could focus on that chimney.
Oh no.
Do you see anything coming out of the chimney?
Your Honor, I have to object. The jury can see whatever they can see. What this witness says or how he's going to interpret what's in these videos is, I suggest, his lay opinion. The jury is perfectly able to see whatever it is that is in the video.
Wow.
Well, the court agrees with counsel's objection, but the issue of the chimney apparently is part of the state's case. So the court is going to allow the specificity concerning the chimney, but the observation is up to the jury.
All right. If we could just replay that. And I'll ask you again, do you see smoke coming out of the chimney? All right. And if you could just indicate with your right index finger where it is.
Chimney's right there.
Oh. I don't like that.
Detective Kimball, just while that video is playing, would this have been before or after that vehicle consistent with a white Jeep Cherokee was observed heading back in the general direction of 4 Jefferson Crossing?
This video is after the white Jeep Cherokee was seen heading towards 4 Jefferson.
This is like 10 minutes.
And image 13 in that same photo. Is this still 1 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, it is.
And does there appear to be smoke?
There does not appear to be smoke rising from that chimney. The time for this is 3:12 p.m.
And now we're going to go to 14. And just direct your attention back to that same chimney. Does there appear to be smoke?
This is 3:25 p.m., and there appears to be smoke coming out of the east chimney of 4 Jefferson Crossing.
And this is when Michelle is at home. What's she burning? It's almost June. There ain't no reason for her to be having a fire. Unless you're getting rid of evidence.
Incidentally, when you spoke with the defendant on August 13th, did she indicate to you whether or not she ever returned to 4 Jefferson Crossing after having initially gone to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
She indicated she did, yes.
And did she tell you where Mr. Dulos was during that time period?
She indicated when she was returning to 4 Jefferson, Mr. Dulos remained at 80 Mountain Spring.
Image number 15. All right, so we're back at 77 Eli, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the time?
3:53 p.m.
And directing your attention to the vehicle displayed in the photograph, what does that vehicle appear to be?
Appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And it's heading in the direction of 80 Mountain, is that correct?
Coming away from 4 Jefferson, heading towards 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And we're back at 77 Mountain in image.
That's correct, looking at 80.
I think this is image 16. All right, so what's the date and the time here?
The corrected date is 5/24/2019. The corrected time, it would be at this point, 3:56 p.m.
And the first vehicle that went by in the video, what did that vehicle appear to be?
Appeared to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And where did it go?
It came from 4 Jefferson Crossing, the direction of, and it entered the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Number 17.
All this back and forth and the chimney, and I mean, if that ain't suspicious.
All right, so that is 77 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Correct.
And the corrected time is May 24th, 2019 at about 4:03 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you indicate to the jury whether or not you witnessed any vehicles exiting the 80 Mountain Spring Road driveway?
Yes, a vehicle consistent with the black Chevy Suburban exited 80 Mountain Spring, took a right on the Mountain Spring Road traveling north towards 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Incidentally, during your third interview with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you whether or not she drove the black Suburban back to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, she indicated that she had parked the white Jeep Cherokee, and because of the way she parked it, she needed to take the black Chevy Suburban. So she indicated she did take the Chevy Suburban at some point.
This is image 18. Back at 77 Eli, directing your attention to the date and time, please.
Date 5/24/2019. Time is 4:07 p.m.
And directing your attention to the vehicle. Do you know which vehicle that is?
That appears to be the Chevy Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos. You have the vehicle description and you have the Thule on top.
And it's heading back towards 4 Jefferson
And it's
Crossing.
heading from 80 towards 4 Jefferson.
Image 19. What time and date is image 19?
Date is 5/24/2019. The time is 4:20 p.m.
And I want to direct your attention to the vehicle. What vehicle is that?
This appears to be the Chevy Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos. You have the general vehicle appearance, the Thule rack, and on the right-hand passenger door, the Ford Group magnetic sign. And it's coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson, heading towards 80 Mountain Spring.
Image 20.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
So image 20, we're back at 77 Mountain, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the corrected time, May 24, 2019, at approximately 4:23 in the afternoon?
Correct.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the vehicle that drove by. Which vehicle did that appear to be, and where did it go?
That appeared to be the black Chevy Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos, coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing and driving
Objection
into...
in characterizing who was driving it. He could only describe it as the vehicle, but he's now narrating his own opinion, which is not even set forth in the.
Well, the court heard the testimony as, and perhaps the court didn't hear it correctly, owned by Fotis Dulos.
Oh, I'm sorry, I withdraw my objection.
He said, oh.
And just to clarify, the defendant
Oh.
actually indicated to you that she went to 80 Mountain Spring Road with the Suburban at some point, is that
That's correct, yes.
Or excuse me, Fort Jefferson with the Suburban.
Went from 80 to Fort Jefferson, yes.
Okay.
We plan to take the recess in 5 minutes.
Yes, Judge, I will try to, I'll endeavor to finish this. I'm sorry. This is image 21. Excuse me. Image 21 is this corrected date is May 24, 2019 at 4:58 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And directing your attention to the vehicle in the image, what vehicle does that appear to be?
Appears to be the 2014 Ford Raptor, owned by Fotis Dulos.
And it's turning into 80 Mountain?
And it's turning into 80 Mountain Road, coming from the north, coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson.
All right. And image 22A, could you just indicate to the jury what we're looking at here?
This is from 77 Mountain Spring looking at 80. And what I see is what appears to be the Raptor having pulled out of the 80 Mountain Spring Road driveway, turning right and traveling north towards Fort Jefferson.
And did you say the date and time?
Date 5/24/2019, time 5:02 p.m.
Image 22B. Corrected date and time, May 24, 2019 at 5:02 p.m. I want to direct your attention to the upper right-hand portion of the photograph. Could you just indicate to the jury what we're looking at there?
I see what appears to be the white Jeep Cherokee backing out of 80 Mountain Spring Road onto Mountain Spring Road facing north.
22C.
This is the same camera looking at 80. Jeep Cherokee apparently is stationary on Mountain Spring Road, and the black Chevy Suburban is pulling forward out of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
22D.
Looking at 80 Mountain Spring, the black Chevy Suburban has turned right out of 80 Mountain Spring Road and is heading at 5:03 p.m. It's heading northbound towards Fort Jefferson Crossing. The white Jeep Cherokee remains stationary, parked on Mountain Spring Road facing north.
And the defendant indicated to you during her interview that Mr. Dulos was driving the Suburban at this point. Is that correct? Or what did she say about that?
She indicated that he was driving the Suburban and she was driving the the Jeep, and that Papa Galani had been driving the Raptor.
Number 23. What are we looking at here?
This is 1 Jefferson Crossing, looking across the street at 4 Jefferson Crossing at 5:03 p.m.
No smoke?
And does there appear to be any smoke coming out of that chimney?
There does not appear to be any smoke rising from the east chimney.
Yeah, Kaylin, I want to know where the bike is too. Oh, this is bad.
Just want to direct your attention in the same clip to this young man's garments. What does he appear to be wearing?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object again.
Relevant.
Relevance and previously shown exhibit.
Well, I'll tell you, the relevance, Judge, is that
He don't need a
you
fire.
have too many people that are having a fire on a day like this.
Thank
so that's
you.
the relevance of it.
Well,
So runner.
the court is going to sustain the objection.
But the jury already heard it.
Very well
Bam.
This is image 24. What are we looking at here?
This is 77 Eli. We're looking at a vehicle that appears to be the white Jeep Cherokee traveling north from 80 Mountain Spring, or from the direction of 80 Mountain Spring towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
And this would have been after the vehicles had left 80 Mountain Spring that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes, this was 5:06 p.m., approximately 3 minutes later.
The court's going to stand in the morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case.
Did he say 5:06? Morning recess. Okay, so y'all, there ain't no dang reason for them to be having a fire.
Please be seated. Thank you.
They can't unhear it.
Judge, may I just ask Madam Monitor a refresh?
Can't unhear that.
We can bring it here.
I mean, it's literally, this is Labor Day weekend, not
Thank
Labor
you.
Day, Memorial Day weekend. It's almost June. Like, you can throw a dang rock at June at this point. They ain't gonna be having a fire to warm up by the fire as they're driving back and forth. Wanted to roast
Detective
ladies.
Kimball, I believe we left off at image 20.
You know, call me crazy. Call me crazy. Michelle don't seem like the type that would want to roast weenies, especially in her... I could be wrong. Maybe she's an amazing weenie cook. I don't know.
4, so we're going to pick it back up to 25. I just want to indicate the 77 Mountain Spring Road exhibit is 81, not 84. All right. All right, image 25, what are we looking at here, sir?
This is 77 Mountain Spring looking at 80, and we have a vehicle consistent, the time is 5:14. The vehicle shown is consistent with Ford Raptor coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson, and it's going to pull into 80 Mountain Spring Road.
This is 77 Eli, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And what's the time here?
5:21 p.m.
And can you indicate for the jury what vehicle is displayed in this image?
This appears to be the Chevrolet Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos.
And what direction is it headed?
It's coming from Fort Jefferson, heading towards 80 Mountain Spring.
What is that noise? Sounds like chugga 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 chugga.
Image 27. We're back at 77 Mountain Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the time?
The time is 5:23 p.m.
And what do we see?
We're looking at 80 Mountain Spring, the driveway, and we're seeing a vehicle which appears to be the black Chevrolet Suburban coming from Fort Jefferson, the direction of Fort Jefferson, and it pulls into the 80 Mountain Spring driveway.
Yeah,
Image
they weren't allowed to
28A.
have contact after they bailed out.
What's the date and time? What are we looking at here?
The date is 5/24/2019, and the time is 5:27 p.m.
And directing your attention to the vehicle in the upper right-hand corner near the timestamp?
Yes.
What is that?
Appears to be the Chevrolet Suburban. It's come out of 80 Mountain Spring. It's turned right on Mountain Spring. It's traveling north towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Incidentally, during your August 13th interview with the defendant, did you have a conversation with her about the transfer of the keys back to the El Gumini?
Yes.
And did the defendant ever indicate to you in that third interview that she went back to 80 Mountain Spring Road to bring the keys?
She indicated she did not.
Oh, she said she did not. Ooh, messy mistress.
28B, what are we looking at?
5/24/2019, the time is 5:27 p.m. And the vehicle appears to be the red Toyota Tacoma owned by Barbara Guimeni, Pavel's wife. It has come out of 80 Mountain Spring, turned right on Mountain Spring, and is traveling towards Fort Jefferson. It's also going towards the direction of 585 Deercliff Road.
28C. All right, what's the time here?
Time here is 5:28 p.m. on the 24th of May.
And direct your attention to the vehicle in the photo.
It appears to be the black Ford Raptor, which is traveling from 80 Mountain Spring north towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Image number 29, are we back at 77 Eli?
We are, sir.
And what vehicle is displayed in this photograph?
This appears to be the black Chevrolet Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos, traveling from the direction of 80 Mountain Spring towards the direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Image number 30. Well, this is a different image than we've seen. Can you just orient the jury to what we're looking at?
So this is also a camera from 1 Jefferson Crossing. The camera that we initially saw directly faced 4 Jefferson Crossing. This camera is slightly to the west and oriented almost on a diagonal from the other camera, but this is still 1 Jefferson Crossing, showing 4 Jefferson Crossing and showing Jefferson Crossing, the road itself. Eli Road is out here.
And just to short circuit this, and I probably should have done this sooner, but all these images are from May 24th, is that correct?
All of these images are May
All right,
24th.
so what's the time? Direct you to the bottom right-hand corner. What's
I'm
the
sorry, I
time?
didn't hear you.
What's the time displayed in this image?
5:31 p.m.
All right, we can play it. What are we looking at there?
The Suburban.
So the camera's activated because the homeowner's moving in his driveway, and what we see is the homeowner leave, and same general time we see a black Chevrolet Suburban coming down Jefferson Crossing from the direction of Eli Road and driving into the driveway before Jefferson Crossing, going under the archway and turning left.
Thank you, inquiring
And
mind.
image 31. This is 77 Eli, correct?
No,
I'm
376 Deercliff.
Oh, I'm sorry, 376 Deercliff. And what are we looking at here?
So the time is 5:57. Deercliff Road is actually Eli Road in Avon. So as you travel north on Eli, you're on the same road, but it is now Deercliff Road. And what I see is a vehicle that appears to be the red Toyota Tacoma, operated by or owned by Pavel Guimeni and his wife Barbara, traveling northbound on Deercliff. And in the back of the vehicle appears to be a motorcycle and a plank extending to the rear. So he's coming from the area of 585 Deercliff. He's traveling north towards Simsbury, where he lives.
Understood. Image 32.
Counsel, how many images are there?
36, Judge.
Thank you.
This is 1 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Correct.
And what's the time?
The time here is
Is there smoke?
5:59 p.m.
No smoke.
Okay. And does it appear that there's any smoke coming out of the chimney in this particular image of 4 Jefferson Crossing?
There does not appear to be any smoke coming from the east chimney of 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Ooh, that smoke is bad.
Image 33. We're still at 1 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Correct.
I want to direct your attention to that same chimney. Does there appear to be smoke coming out?
There now appears to be smoke coming out of the east chimney of 4 Jefferson Crossing at 6:42 p.m.
Incidentally, during your first 2 interviews with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you whether or not anyone had lit in a fire at 4 Jefferson Crossing on May 24th?
She did not know.
Failed to mention that. Oh, Lord. I don't even feel like hearing what Shoehorn has to say about it.
Image 34. What's the time here?
It's 2 minutes past the last frame. It's 6:44 p.m.
And does there appear to be smoke coming out of the chimney at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
There appears to be smoke coming out of the east chimney of 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Hey, kitty, kitty. Look, Lucy popped up when I said that. I was talking to the cat. Not you. Not you. You're not a cat. You're only the size of a cat. I was talking to the cat on the screen. Sorry. Sorry. So, you know, that could have been like the paper towels and, you know.
So as I understand it, there's 3 separate smoke events separated by periods of non-smoke. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Image 35.
Some of the stuff they used to clean.
And what's the time here?
The time here is 7:02 p.m.
And does there appear to be smoke coming out of the chimney in this image?
There does appear to be smoke coming out of the chimney for Jefferson Crossing.
You can see it clear as day. Right there. Ooh.
And image 36. What's the time here?
The time here is 8:12.
And what are we looking at?
We're looking at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Vehicle consistent with the Ford Raptor pulls in from the direction of Eli. Party gets out of the driver's seat, consistent with the appearance of Fotis Dulos, as seen on Albany Avenue video, and is seen at the Starbucks, West Hartford.
Look at that. Oh.
Goes to the mailbox.
Your Honor, I'm going to check to the narration. He was asked what he's seen, and he's now given us a narration about things that are not anywhere near this video. So I ask that that be strict as no response.
Well, it's really, the response really called for other questions. So you can target your questions, Counsel.
Sure. You indicated that there appears to be a figure exit the vehicle, which appears to be the Ford Raptor, correct?
That's correct.
Look at
And
that.
who does that figure appear to be, Detective?
That figure appeared to be Fotis Dulos.
Thank you. Now, you can have a seat.
It's my granddaughter Olivia's 3rd birthday today. Happy birthday, Olivia!
Judge, I have what has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. It's the defendant's entire 3rd interview. I'm moving it to evidence at this time.
No objection. Well, actually, may I just have a moment?
Get in the car. I wasn't expected to either, but here we are. I'm glad you're here. Happy birthday, Olivia.
No objection.
149 admitted is full.
Judge, if I could just have this remarked.
Oh, Kaylin, happy 8th birthday to yours.
Approximately what time of day did you interview the defendant?
I honestly don't remember.
All right, but there's a timestamp.
There's a timestamp, and it's accurate.
All right, was the defendant in custody when you interviewed her on August 13th?
She was not, no.
Did she appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No,
Did she request the assistance of a Spanish interpreter for the third interview?
she did not.
Oh, dang. All right, let me go down to regular speed because the police interviews are always hard to hear.
And, all right, this time I'm going to publish the exhibit to the jury. Does that sound on?
Here we go, messy mistress. Third interview.
Just going to pause it right there. Would you just mind describing the interview room for the members of the jury?
Sure. The interview room, it's generally square. It's probably about 15 by 15 feet. It has two doors. From where the defendant was sitting, there would be a door. There was a door to her left, which went into the major crime office. And then there was a door straight ahead of her, which went to a hallway at Troop G. And the room is equipped with cameras and audio equipment.
And we've got one camera that's sort of facing the end of the table, and that's the angle, that's the predominant angle in this video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a camera, I guess, in the upper corner of the room, which...
In the upper left-hand corner, it shows the door. It's the inset square in the video.
And does this time stamp refresh your memory as to approximately what time you interviewed the defendant?
Yes, we interviewed her approximately 12:49 p.m. on August 13, 2019.
Oh, and who was the other detective assisting you during the interview?
Detective Corey Clabby.
Do the same thing, Michelle. Just closing that just for privacy, okay?
Thank you, True Crime Rand.
Some of the same stuff that I talked about earlier in the first interviews. You're not here under any kind of custody. You can leave anytime you want. You're here with your attorney and your moment. I'm glad you came in. If you need breaks, you're welcome to take breaks. We may need breaks. Your attorney may need breaks. If you want that Coca-Cola I offered you, let me know. You can leave anytime you want. You can take a break anytime you want. I'm glad you came in. This is our third conversation, and that honestly is two more conversations than most people have. So it's our feeling that the way it looks now is you may be looking like you're more involved than you actually are. So we're trying to give you an opportunity to kind of explain what's going on and put things in perspective and context. All right?
Okay. What do you mean that I'm involved more than...
Okay. Well, obviously, we're talking about the disappearance and possible murder of Jeffrey. Okay. And one of the people that we're looking at as being involved in that is Fotis Dulos, your former living boyfriend. So there's a lot of indications that you should have some knowledge about what's going on. Okay. And there's been, during the first interview, there were some things that you said that we suspected might not be 100% accurate. And subsequent to that, there was a second interview. Subsequent to that, and before this interview, which is number 3, there's a lot of evidence that they were not truthful. So when you aren't truthful with us, it makes us wonder exactly where you are on the spectrum of involvement. So we think Fotis is close to 100%. We're not sure where you fall, and we want you to clarify where on that line you fall. The way that you do that is you have to be honest with us. You understand that? Like, we understand this is tough for you. We know this. We know English is not your first.
Okay, can I just point out, like, he's going into this interview like this he's doing a good job, because did you see her whole body language just change when he said that? He's like, you know, letting her know flat out, like, hey, we know that your story's not adding up. Things aren't, you know, going on. We know that Fotis is part of this. Now we're here to find out what your part is. And then he said, we know this is hard for you. So she immediately is like, okay, they want to help me. They're on my side. Did you see her go, ugh? Like, that changed her body language completely. That was a good tactic. This guy's good.
Language. There are very few people in this room right now. I know the last time we talked, there were several people in the room. It's not going to be a lot of talking over everybody. We're going to give you as much time as you need to think about things. If you don't understand a question, you're more than welcome to ask us to rephrase it or re-ask it. But we need to get to what actually happened. Leading up to and on the 24th of May and following the 24th of May. Okay?
And we need you to be 100% forthcoming and honest. And you're honestly willing to help yourself. And we want you to do that.
We know there may be some things, Michelle, that you don't honestly know the answer to, and that's acceptable, but we know that there are things that you absolutely should know the answer to, and we need to clarify. We've gone through some of these things already, and like I said, this is just one thing that we prepared. So we have literally a topic, an interview one, what you said, interview two, what you said, and the other. And this is, I'm just showing you this. I may need to refer to this throughout the interview. I hope I don't, because I hope that you're kind of, sort of being truthful. Okay. We're not here to communicate. We want the information that we know you have. Okay.
And we're here to listen, so we really need you to tell us, starting from the beginning up until even now, everything. 3 months have gone by just about what we knew when we first met with this, to this, to this. And like I said, we were for the state police. This is what we do. This isn't the first time we've done this. So, just not even getting into our resume, just trust that, and we want to hear it. So,
there have been people who have sat in the chair you're sitting in right now in the past who have done who have told similar stories to what you told during the first and second interview, who ended up in prison. We don't want that to happen to you. Okay, so you're giving me an opportunity. This really is an opportunity for you. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready to admit that you weren't 100% truthful with us during the first 2 interviews? That should be an easy answer.
yes. Okay. So we're willing to listen. If you want to start from the very beginning.
Just going to pause it at the timestamp 12:54:44. Did the defendant admit that she wasn't 100% truthful during the first 2 interviews?
Objection. That's not what it says. He's asking me to characterize the answer. It's very clear. It's an ambiguous answer.
Well, the jury heard the video. And so it may not be a judicious use of the court's time to repeat what the jury has heard. Sustained.
Detective, after the defendant indicated yes when you asked her whether she was ready to admit that she had not been 100% truthful, did that
was a good
impact
workaround.
how you were going to conduct the interview going forward?
Objection misstates the evidence before her answer, so that should be an easy answer. And then she said yes. Okay.
Well,
not what Mr.
Overruled.
Did that impact how you were going to conduct the interview?
Absolutely. We are seeking the truth. We are seeking the truth from her and what happened to Jennifer.
Of how this all became, how it started, how it happened, and what you know. We will sit here and we will be quiet.
Why don't you start with Wednesday?
before that would be May 23, when I'm sorry, May 22, when Fotis went to the camp.
Yes.
Okay, let's just start with Wednesday.
Okay. Usually on Wednesdays he would go and see his kids in the afternoon, and I would take those days or those Wednesdays to go out with my daughter Nicole. That Wednesday I went with Nicole, Kim Rose, and Lauren, who's the daughter. We went to West Hartford to have a sushi at a restaurant. In West Hartford. And I think we met there around 7. The 4 of us. I know I texted, I usually Fotis would go to Grace Farms to spend time with the kids, and he had supposedly a supervisor because he couldn't get along. I texted him, and I saw that the text didn't go through. So I don't remember what I said, like, are you with the kids, are you enjoying the kids? I don't remember exactly, but I wrote something. And I saw that it didn't go through, like he didn't read the message. Not that he didn't read, like he didn't, I don't know how you say it, when you block someone that you don't see the birds, whatever I call them, the birds. So I put him like a finger. I said, okay.
An emoji.
Middle finger. Yes. And then I went out, and I never spoke. We had dinner. We finished dinner. We went to Icy Rolls. We were the last ones because Nicole was the last one to order an ice cream. And that probably, if they closed at 9, maybe we were there just before 9, 2 minutes before 9. And Nicole had her ice cream, and then we went back to the car. They went to their home, and I went with Nicole to Fort Jefferson. And I arrived, and I think Fotis was already there. And well, obviously I put Nicole to bed, like what I always do. I asked how it was. He said it was good, like always, with the kids. That they were loving, they said hi. And that was it. And then Thursday,
okay, she said that Fotis told her that the kids said that they love her and to say hi, but she's not supposed to be around them. Does anybody else find that weird?
Well, I wake up at the same time. No, sorry, Thursdays a little bit later because Nicole starts school on Thursday at 9 instead of at 8.
Did you have any discussion with
And also, that's a slap in the face to Jennifer, so screw her for saying that, honestly.
Fotis about the fact that you didn't pick up the text, or that you thought that you didn't?
I did, but it wasn't right away. It was at some point we did, but it wasn't that night, or it wasn't that morning. Well, so I wake up, I take showers, I put usually my gym clothes. I take Nicole to school. On the way, we stop in Starbucks.
This is Thursday?
Yes, Thursday.
Okay.
Because usually on Thursdays, I don't cook for her in the morning, I don't do breakfast. We just stop in Starbucks. That's like our routine. And then I drop her off. And then I went to the house. I don't know if I went jogging.
That was for Wednesday. She's saying that, I see some of y'all asking, she's talking about Wednesday. She was saying that she went and had sushi on Wednesday when Fotis went and met with the kids. And she had tried to text Fotis and the message didn't go through, but she knows he usually goes to that Grace Farms or whatever it's called. And when he got back, he said the visit went great. The kids were great. They said, that they love you and tell you hi which, okay, how can they love her when she destroyed their family and also she's not supposed to be around them, but whatever. And then she said that, everything seemed fine Wednesday, and then Thursday she woke up, took her daughter to school. So she's going, everything from Wednesday is where she started.
But I don't remember that. But usually I go back to the house. I go to the supermarket because we were having a dinner that night. Also, Nicole, on Wednesday, she told me that she needed oranges for a juice on Friday to take to the classroom. So I believe I bought the oranges that day. I went to my friend's store to Fotis to grab some rugs because Stefan and Beth, they wanted to see my rugs to see if they wanted to buy rugs.
Fotis was still alive
I picked up Nicole
at this point.
In school, and we went to the house. Stefan and Beth, they arrived around 5. I showed them the rugs that they were in the office, on Fotis' office. Apparently they liked them, I gave them an explanation. I usually have a presentation like in my computer with price lists, and I had it there just in case they asked, but I was just showing them.
So you sell on Instagram? The rugs you sell on Instagram?
That's all.
You still sell them on Instagram?
Well, I don't sell them on Instagram, but I have them posted.
Okay, you post them, okay.
I have it, it's called Patagonia style.
Right.
So part of what she's, how she makes some of her money or whatever is selling rugs, like buying and selling rugs. So she's talking about, they were asking her, like, are these the rugs you sell on Instagram? She said she doesn't sell them on Instagram, she just posts them, but she had a presentation ready of the rugs and all of that. So this is Thursday night they're talking about.
I mean, it's just to show pictures of the rugs, this is a business I just started this year. The owner of this company of the rugs is a friend of mine that prior when I used to live in Argentina. I used to buy him the sheepskins, the rugs for the ski resort. So I called him in December, and I don't know if this is interesting.
Let's stay on track.
So anyway, so then I took them in the house. So we walked out of the office to the TV room, and I showed them a gray one that I had there. Then we went all the way to the room. I showed them the one that I had in the master bedroom. Then we went down. I showed them the one that I had in the family room. The rugs, and they liked it, and this, and then, the typical, I would like to have the beige, but in this size, I don't know, they were kind of figuring out which one they wanted.
So she's walking these people around, or this person, I don't know if it was more than one, walking them around the house Thursday night, showing them different rugs and talking about selling rugs.
For them, but they were going to tell me not that moment, later. And then we went to the kitchen and we started getting the food ready. I already had the meat out. Renata was there cleaning the house all day. I think by the time we went to the kitchen, I think Renata left. I'm not 100%, but I think she said goodbye. Well, I take the meat, the meat that I had was frozen, but I took it out in the afternoon. I got it ready, then we started cutting to do the Greek salad and peeling potatoes. And we were in the kitchen, Stefan, Beth, me. At some point, Fotis was present. And at a moment, Fotis, we didn't have enough of meat, So he went supposedly to the supermarket to buy meat.
What market did he go to? Do you know what market he went to?
No, but I mean, probably Stop and Shop, or we buy a lot from, what's his name?
That's right. Just go ahead.
Egg on meat.
Okay. So you thought you had enough meat, but it turned out you didn't. So sometime Fotis left.
To buy meat.
Right. What time was that?
What time?
You know, about?
If they arrived at 5.
It was just after 5, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
we know where Fotis was that night.
So he didn't go to the supermarket.
Well, please, you tell us. Well, you tell us what you.
Well, he came with a piece of meat from the supermarket.
Okay. So yeah, tell us.
So Thursday night before, they're going to have dinner after she showed these rugs and all that, and she had laid out meat that day, that afternoon, that was frozen, and then realized she didn't have enough. So Fotis went to the store to get some more meat, and they're saying, well, where did he go? Well, we already know where he went. We want to hear you tell us where he went.
Well, he came back with a piece of meat.
Okay.
I opened it and cleaned it up.
Okay.
And then right in Hodge and Aaron arrived. I believe 7.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit earlier, I don't know, but it was some time around there.
Okay.
And then, well, we were having wine. I think Fotis offered wine to Hodge and Aaron. And then the 3 of them went outside to cook the meat and the French fries. And it was raining, but not like hard rain.
Okay.
So we were deciding to eat inside or outside. We decided to eat outside under the porch. And we put the table outside, me and Beth and Aaron helped. And I believe we ate probably around 8. Nicole came down, we sat outside and we ate. And we were hanging the table, talking, blah, blah, blah. At some point I go upstairs to put Nicole to bed. I spoke with my sister, like a long conversation for, I don't remember, it was 15, 20 minutes, whatever.
Okay.
I put Nicole to bed, I go down, and Aaron and Hodge were gone. They left. And Stefan and Beth, they were there, and Fotis. And we were hanging in the kitchen. They were washing the things from the dinner. And then at some point they leave. I don't know, it was 10. I don't know, he leave. We went to watch TV. Me and Fotis. And then at some point, obviously, we were falling asleep. We go upstairs and we go to sleep in the bed. And then Nicole calls me at 12:59. And
how did she call you? On the phone?
Yes.
Like on the.
Nicole's her daughter.
Did you call your phone or did she use an app?
No, she calls me with her phone.
Does she have WhatsApp?
Yes, I don't think that was a WhatsApp.
Okay. Right.
But she called me, no, it cannot be because if I found it in the AT&T logs.
Okay.
So she called me from the regular phone.
Thank you, little B. Happy anniversary.
And
like a house phone?
No.
So,
It was from her cell phone to
is there a house phone in the house? Is there a hard line? There's no hard line going into the house? Is there a hard line going into the office?
I never saw a phone. Now, if they have
So you guys just use your cell
we
phones?
use the cell phone all the time.
Okay, it's a big house, right?
Okay.
It's a 15,000 square
Good,
feet.
that's fair, okay.
I mean, from us, I mean, we need to call each other from the phone, even though we're inside the house.
Okay.
That's something that we do on a regular basis.
All right, it's 12:59, Nicole. All right, so you guys are watching TV, folks.
Before going to bed, yes.
Okay, so continue from there.
Then I guess we were falling asleep in the couch and we go up to the bedroom. And no, I was obviously sleeping. Nicole calls me at 12:59 that it was raining hard, and it was. And I go to sleep with her. And then on Friday, the alarm goes on. Usually I have the alarms.
Okay, so now she's getting into the part of she went to bed, like they went to bed or whatever. Then Nicole, her daughter, called her because of the storm. She went to go sleep with her. And then now now we're Friday morning. Now is the time where it's the day that Jennifer disappeared. So she said the alarm went off. So let's see how much of her story changes now.
At 6:40. I go to my bedroom. I take shower to get changed.
I want to just ask you, you said normally the alarm is 6:40. Was it 6:40 that morning?
Yes.
Okay. So your alarm went off at 6:40.
Well, Nicole's alarm also.
Nicole's?
Or I think she has it at 6:35 or 6:30.
Okay.
I think she has it like 10 minutes before me, but I'm not 100%.
Okay.
By 9 for sure it's at 6.
Somewhere around 6:30, 6:40.
Which alarm was it that went off, do you know?
Well, hers and mine was in my room.
Okay. So what woke you up?
And Nicole's alarm.
Okay. So Nicole's alarm wakes you up.
Yeah.
You shut it off, or does Nicole shut it off, or does it just keep sounding?
No, she did.
Okay.
Because it was on her side.
And you get up?
The night table is on her side. She sleeps here, and I usually sleep next to the bathroom.
Okay, so you get up, and then what do?
I go to my room. Okay.
Is your alarm going off?
My alarm, I think I turned it off. I think my alarm was going on.
So as you walked into the bedroom, was the alarm going off?
I'm not 100%, but I assume that yes, because I have the alarm set up, but I'm not 100%.
Okay.
But I woke up. I mean,
Okay.
I wasn't sleeping.
And then what happened so you shut your alarm off in your bedroom, and what happens then?
Well, take a shower, go to the bathroom, brush my teeth,
Okay, so now she's saying after the alarm went off, she took a shower, go to the bathroom, brush her teeth. Remember the first time she said that her and Fotis took a shower together and had relations and whatnot.
dressed, we go downstairs, do the breakfast for Nicole.
When you shut your alarm off between 6:30 and 6:40 in the morning, this is a very important question, okay? This kind of goes to, it goes to whether you're going to be truthful with this or not. When you shut off your alarm in your bedroom at 6:30 and 6:40 a.m.
I think mine says 6:40.
But this is a question.
When you set your alarm, when you turn your alarm off in your bedroom, was Fotis there?
Was Fotis there?
He was not there. You did not take a shower with him. That was a lie.
Bam!
Or a mistake. Or a mistake.
I want to call it a lie, please.
Okay. But now you realize that he wasn't there.
You have to understand
I know.
the perception.
I know, but I tell you, I will take showers with him, and I told Andy, I will take showers when we have relationship in the morning before the alarms goes on, and we will take showers together because obviously.
Yeah.
Okay,
we get your thought. We understand.
But the truth is, what? What is the truth? Was he there that morning or not?
Well, I didn't see him in the bedroom or in the shower or in the room. I didn't.
Did you see him in the house at all?
I did not see him in the morning in the house.
Okay, so now her whole thing has changed. Her whole story has now changed. Now she's saying she did not see him.
When was the first time?
I'm just going to pause it right there. You had detective, and I'm pausing it at 1:12:38 p.m. You and Detective Clabby appear to be engaging her about your previous conversations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you just indicate for the jury what the defendant told you on June 2nd about Fotis Dulos' whereabouts on the morning of May 24th?
So during that first interview, she indicated she saw Fotis Dulos. Well, she had shower. Fotis Dulos was there when she woke up. He entered the shower with her when she was taking a shower, and then she later saw Fotis Dulos in the four-group office when she returned from bringing her child to school.
And directing your attention now to the June 6th interview, what did the defendant initially say about whether or not Mr. Dulos was home in the morning?
She initially said he was home.
She's a liar. Liar.
Saw Fotis with your eyes.
When he called me, when he said, let's have lunch.
Okay.
That was good time.
So that was at Fort Jefferson Crossing. You were upstairs and you hear him call out.
Yeah, I was in Nicole's room. And he was in the down of the, you've been in the house, in the stairs. He was down and he says, Oni, let's have lunch. And I came out of
At 12 o'clock?
More or less.
Well, what's the window?
Okay, wait, okay. She's saying, I want to make sure we're getting all the lies right. Now she's saying that she was in Nicole's room at the house around 12, more or less, and she heard him call out from the bottom of the steps to have lunch. This is also a huge, big freaking lie.
Are you sure of the time? Was there a window that
What is the window?
the window, the time
12
period?
to 1. 12 to 1:30.
So sometime between noon and 1:30.
And that's usually the time that we would have lunch together.
Okay.
In our daily basis.
So between 12 and 1:30, Fotis was at Fort Jefferson calling up to you to have lunch?
Yes.
Right.
More or less.
More or less.
So you can't say 100%, you just think it's between that one and a half.
Exactly.
So on that day, you don't know what time?
No, I'm not looking at the watch to see
Okay.
exactly what time
Well,
I eat.
I mean-
Normally, I eat between those times.
Mm-hmm.
But
Good.
why?
Oh, yeah.
Did you, when you got up, just tell, seriously, what you did when you got up? And
When I get up,
right, when you took the call that day, all right?
I went downstairs, I cooked breakfast. Usually the breakfast for Nicole can be an omelette, can be a toast with Nutella, it can be strawberries with Nutella. I made the orange juice.
Okay, just tell them what you did and where you went.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I did the juice and I went to the school and I dropped her off in the school.
Okay, so she went and dropped her kid off.
And then I came back to the house. At some point I went up to the office. Kent was there.
Why did you go to the office?
Because I had my computer and I'm not sure I had printed out some Lord and Taylor return because I had to return some dresses for Nicole. And so I went inside to grab my stuff.
That's fine. Kent's there.
Yes.
Terrible.
Okay, so she's saying she went home and she went to the office because if she printed Lord and Taylor stuff to return for Nicole. Whatever, she's ridiculous. Anyway, she said she went to the office and she said Kent was there. So she is still saying Kent was there, which we know he was.
Kent was was in the far end, and there's a table.
Now, this part is going to be interesting too, because remember the story, but it has changed multiple times based on her telling it and him talking to police, based on that call that came in, like who answered it or who told who to answer it and all of that. So we'll see what she says this time.
The glass table.
Yes.
It's a big room.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you go in from the inside of the house, it's a door. You have a square glass table, a round glass table that usually that's where Babel sits, a long one here, glass table as well. That's where Andy sits. Fotis sits here, and then you walk like a little hallway, and there's another glass table, and there's an office. Not an office.
What does Ken do?
He was here.
He's in the middle of the room at the glass table?
Oh, in the glass table.
Yeah, which is kind of in the middle of the room, right?
Oh,
It's a big room.
yeah, it's to the wall, to the windows.
What does Ken do?
I don't know what Ken is doing, but he was there.
Do you see Ken?
Yes.
Does Ken see you?
Yes.
Do you and Ken talk?
Hi, good morning.
Do you say that to Ken? Does
Yes.
Ken respond to you?
Yes.
And what does he say?
Hello, good morning.
Okay, so you two spoke.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I grabbed my computer. Fotis' phone was there.
What was the cell phone?
Yes.
Was where?
In the desk.
Okay, so she saw
In the bedroom or the office?
Fotis' phone.
Inside the office.
I'm going to pause it at 1:17:13 p.m. The defendant just indicated that she saw Mr. Dulos'
Yes.
cellular phone in the four-group office,
Point
correct?
this out.
That's correct.
I want to direct you back to the June 6, 2019 interview. Did the subject of Mr. Dulos' cellular phone come up?
Sure
It did.
And what did the defendant say about whether or not she had seen his cell phone in that June 6 interview?
She indicated she had not seen it, and she assumed it was with Fotis.
Bam! Lies! Lies! Messy Mistress's pants are on fire.
Let's stick with you, because remember, I wasn't there. Okay, so the cell phone that Fotis uses was there
Was there.
in the office
In the office.
where Ken was.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
In the desk that is kind of like in the middle glass desk, in that
Okay.
square one.
Do you remember exactly where on the desk it was? Was it plugged in or was it just there?
It was plugged, but it was there.
Okay.
Like I believe the computer and the cell phone there.
When Fotis goes to bed at night, what does he normally do with his phone? Like me, I leave my phone next to my bed, plugged in the charge overnight. What practice does Fotis use with his phone?
He plugs it in different places, like near the window.
But in the bedroom?
Near the
In
window.
the bedroom, sometimes I'm in the kitchen, and there's two plugs in the table, in the kitchen island, whatever.
This is his main cell phone, the 8625 number? The regular phone number? His main phone number, the one for Fort Roof, the one that has
that's the only
8625?
one I know that he had. You guys are the ones who tell me that he had a different number.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're talking about the number of phones.
So you're saying that when Fotis goes to bed at night, sometimes his phone is in the kitchen, sometimes it's
He leaves his phone on there all over the
It's
house.
all over.
And I think if you talk to his employees, they will tell you. He always loses his phone, his wallet, and
okay. But the day of the 24th, when you see Ken,
yes,
Fotis' phone
yes,
is on the glass table
Yes.
in the office
yes,
where Ken is located.
yes,
When you woke up in the morning
yes,
and went into your bedroom to turn off your alarm,
yes.
do you remember if you saw Fotis' phone in that bedroom?
No, I saw it in the office.
So in the office. Was that the first time that day you saw it in the office, or did you see it?
No, I saw it in the office.
Just then? Okay.
So when you saw it in the office, were you surprised that, I mean, Fotis isn't there, right? But his phone is
thought
there?
he was, but
Oh, so you thought,
I thought he was because
But you didn't see
But I didn't see him. I didn't see him.
So was it the fact the phone was there that made you think that Fotis was also there?
Oh, Kent. I saw Kent. And I thought he was, but obviously he wasn't.
Okay.
And I think, but again, I don't know why I'm 100% sure, but I could be mistaken that when I took Nicole to school, the Suburban was there. The black Suburban.
Okay.
That was parked
Okay.
next to the Cherokee.
So she said
Was the Suburban there?
she's saying that because Kent was there and the Suburban was there, she saw Fotis' phone but didn't think about it because she just assumed he was there. That's her news story.
When you came back from dropping Nicole off?
I'm pretty sure yes, but I don't want to say yes and then it wasn't.
All right, so what you're saying, it sounds like, is that if Fotis wasn't there, he wasn't driving the Suburban, right?
If he wasn't,
If Fotis was not in the house, and the Suburban was at the house, then Fotis was not in the Suburban, right?
now yes, I think if I think
Okay.
like that, yes, of course he wasn't.
What do you say now? What do you mean now? I'm not trying to get you to say something, I'm asking you.
No, I know, because back then,
Mhm.
I always thought he was in the house, but thinking, I never saw him, I never heard his voice, so obviously he wasn't, or probably he wasn't in the house.
Okay, let's just go back to the office now, okay? You see this phone. Did the phone ring?
The phone rang, and it was a call from it said Andreas. And Ken stood up, and I think he was kind of, from what I imagine, coming towards this side of the room. Like, if you're gonna pick up the phone or something like that, I picked up, I know what
He said that to you?
He said, are you, like, there's a phone ringing, or you're gonna pick something with the phone.
Okay, so this is the part where her and Kent's stories don't add up. Now, Kent is the friend of Fotis. He was also his former attorney, and he is also charged with the same thing that Michelle is. He is charged as a co-conspirator. So, his trial's going to be wild. He has been rumored. It's been rumored that he is going to testify for the state. I have been praying he does. I would love to hear what he has to say. But we don't know for sure yet. But he is on the witness list as a potential witness. I hope he does. But this part is something that he says that Michelle answered the phone when it rang. This is the pre-planned call from Fotis' childhood friend in Greece. Kent says, I didn't answer the phone. Why would I have answered the phone? Or why would I have told her to answer the phone? But Michelle says that the phone rang, and the reason she answered it for that 17-second alibi call is because Kent was like, well, the phone's ringing. Aren't you going to pick it up? So that's what they're talking about now.
Or the call, not the phone, the call. And I picked up the phone. I know Andreas, but I wasn't sure that it was Andreas. And I hear like noise, but I did hear Ella. Ella is hello in English, in Greek. And I said hola, and that was about it. Like, the communication didn't go through.
Okay. Did the phone just disconnect?
If you look,
Just going to pause it at 1:22:41. At any point during your first two interviews of the defendant on June 2nd, 2019 and June 6th, 2019, did she mention that she answered Mr. Dulos' phone?
No.
This is the first time she's mentioning it?
Yes.
Thank you.
but it was like fast. It wasn't like 3 minutes, like, hello, hello, hello. No, it was like short.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure it was Andrea's voice.
Okay.
Did you think that the call failed, or do you think that he hung up.
No, I think the call failed. I mean, like, the connection was bad.
There was no further phone calls?
No, then I left. Then I went downstairs.
You and Ken didn't have any conversation after that?
No, I left because I had to go. Well, I wanted to go to the supermarket. I had to do things throughout the day. I went downstairs. I cooked I believe I ate an omelet, 100%. I sent some emails. I sent an email to Nicole's, it's called the middle director of the school, because that Tuesday Nicole had fever. She had an activity in school, she got sunburned. And again, I slept that night with her. And I texted her, do you have sunscreen, please, to put on Nicole? And then Aaron texted that she left the purse in the house. And I took a picture and I said, is it this one? I did.
Yes, no, I'm nodding yes. When you left the office and you went downstairs and you ate the omelet, where was Fotis' phone?
No, I left it in the office.
You left it in the office?
Yes.
You picked it up. You said, you heard a hola, Ela, and you said, hola, the call failed, you put it back down?
Yes.
And you left.
And I left. So I was kind of back and forth with Aaron, like I can go and take it, the purse wherever you want, I'm going that direction, I'm going to the supermarket, I mean, I don't remember, but it was like 3, 4 back and forth. So I ended up grabbing the purse and I drove to Kent, and not to Kent, to Hodge, to the warehouse. I was talking to my sister on FaceTime for a long time, like for 16 minutes. I made a lot of phone calls in the morning. I don't remember right now, but you guys have my phone.
We do, yeah.
I think I called my mom, my dad, Paola, which I call her La Bruja, a friend. Anyway. I drive to the warehouse. I go inside the office. I see a secretary, well, a woman. I don't know if it's a secretary, but a blonde woman. I asked for Hodge, and Hodge was sitting to the right. And he stands up, and I give him the purse. And he said, oh, thank you, we had a nice time. Sorry, we couldn't say goodbye. And I said, no, I was putting Nicole to sleep. No? But we had a nice time, or whatever, conversation. I left. And from there, I went.
So this is her actions throughout the day. Remember, she took the purse back from, to the person who had left it from the night before when they had the cookout and the rugs and all that. And then she went to, we're going to hear about her going to Stop and Shop and all that. So she's recounting those things as she was running errands during that morning while Fotis was in New Canaan.
I believe I went to the supermarket. On the supermarket, I found a robot. I took a picture with the robot and a video, and I sent it to Nicole and to my family. I was kind of making like a stupid joke about the robot. I bought, or I had to buy, and I left, and I went back to the house.
Okay. What time do you think you got back to the house? Do you have any idea what time you got back to the house? 10:30 sound right?
It could be. I'm not 100%, but it could be.
Okay.
I know I called Pedro at some point because I was going to meet with her.
Right.
She was leaving to London that day.
Right.
She was supposed to give me a check of some rugs that she bought, and I wanted to say goodbye. So I went, we arranged, and she said something like, we'll be here at 11 because I can only be for, I'm going to be for only a short period of time.
Right.
So I probably got there at 11.
Till 9.
Oh, I
Get
did.
there at 11 or 9.
Okay. I probably stayed there like 15 minutes, or 20 at the most. I sent an email to me with the descriptions of the items, of the rugs that she wanted. She told me, I'm gonna pay you in cash. I said, no, I'd rather, because she left her checkbook. So she said, I can go to the ATM. I said, no, don't worry, pay me later. I'd rather have a check. Berenice was there. Berenice is her partner. So I obviously saw, where was it, Berenice or Claudia? No, yes, it was Berenice. And when I left. And I was stopped in the pond to see if Queen was there. Because Hodge said, Hodge the night before said, Queen is already here. If you need someone to pull you, you can contact him. He's going to be every morning in the pond.
Right.
So I went to the pond. There was no one there. The water was windy. There was a lot of wind current in the water, so obviously it wasn't a good day for water skiing, and I left.
Okay.
And I went back to the house.
Okay.
And I was in the house.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely did. You stayed there till 1:32
Okay.
p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Then Fotis comes. We eat.
How long after you arrived back at the house, Michelle, did Fotis arrive? Do you have any idea?
If I arrived to the house, let's say at 11.
You arrived back at the house at 11:50, 10 of noon.
Okay, so probably right after.
No.
Wait, he said you arrived back at the house at 11. Hold on, sorry.
Right
back at the house at 11:50, 10 of noon.
Okay, so probably right after.
Did you say 11:52 or 11:15?
Well, at 1. It has to be, he arrived at some point.
He did arrive at some point, yes. But
Okay.
it wasn't 12.
So 12:31.
Don't guess.
Okay, I know he arrived at some point. I don't know how fast.
Did he just show up, or did you
Yes.
have to go pick him up?
No, he showed up in the house.
So he showed up on his own?
Yes.
How was he, what did he look like? How was he dressed when he showed up? Because this is him calling you down, right? Come down and lunch with me.
So they're saying that she's saying that Fotis arrived back, and this is the part where she was saying that he called you down, and he just reiterated. He's like, okay, so this is the part where he's calling you down, right?
He was with a, I believe he was with a shirt,
Like a pullover shirt? Or a button-down shirt?
Like
Shirt and tie?
No, not tie. He doesn't.
Okay, so a button-down shirt.
Yes. He uses.
Rolls the sleeve.
He rolls.
Did the shirt have a collar?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like
Right,
that.
so it had a collar, but there was no tie, and he had his sleeves rolled up. You'd
I
say,
have never seen him that much with ties, only when he goes to court.
okay.
And did you know, did you see Fotis arrive?
No, it was.
So do you know how long he was at Fort Jefferson before he called up to you?
I was in, when he called me, I was in Nicole's room.
So his appearance was normal.
I saw him normal.
He wasn't sweaty. He wasn't red.
No, and he wasn't with blood.
No.
Like you told me.
He wasn't what?
With blood. So you guys told me in the last interview that he was, if he had blood.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't ask you, I don't know if we told you that.
Oh, you asked me, and I said no, I didn't see him with blood.
We asked questions.
I didn't see him with blood.
Okay.
It's like the detail you gave earlier with the text message, and you gave the middle finger and the blocking, like that detail, that's the detail we want. But sometimes we ask questions to see if there's
But
a
that
part
wasn't
of
that day.
I know, I understand. I'm just giving you an example. All right. Well, the detail we like to see. Sometimes we ask questions.
So you're not sure when he arrived at the house. When he did,
No.
he was dressed normally? And you didn't
He
look
pretty
unusual?
much dressed, he doesn't have that much clothes. And he dressed pretty much the same.
Okay.
That's what I recall.
All right. So he calls to you and he says, let's have lunch.
Yes.
And what happens from there?
We have lunch fast.
Fast.
Yeah, because normally lunch, we don't sit for an hour. It's like reheated food. Sometimes we do salads, something fast, something easy.
Okay.
Usually it's like leftovers.
Do you remember what it was?
It was we ate pastel de papa.
What is that?
It's meat with mashed potatoes on top. I do that a lot. It's one of Nicole's favorite too.
That's like shepherd's pie. Right. Is that leftover? Like a shepherd's pie?
Yeah.
Is that a leftover?
Yeah.
So you had leftovers. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah, that was that.
and then,
Usually in the afternoons for lunch, normally it's, unless it's a salad, it's a leftover.
okay. So you guys ate fast. Was there a rush? No.
You eat maybe 15 minutes.
Okay. So what happened after lunch?
After lunch, at some point he calls me, and I went up.
Yeah. I don't want when you say at some point, it's like you're skipping over some
I received a call of him at 1:53.
All right, so what did you do right after lunch? Did you
I
clean up
went-
the dishes?
I put them in the sink.
He makes you clean the dishes?
Well, yeah, clean the dishes.
So you clean the dishes and
No,
what?
I don't know if I clean the dishes.
Oh, you put it in the
them
sink?
in the sink.
Okay. And then what did he do?
No, I don't know. I don't know. But I did, because I have the logs, he called me at some point at 1:50 something. I don't remember.
It's okay.
But you guys have my
Please. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go on.
He said to go that, I don't know if it was that call, because he called me again after. He said at some point in one of the calls, he said, I need you to bring cleaning stuff to a mountain because Rania is coming tomorrow with some clients and I want the house to look clean, decent.
I want to kind of stop you, just want to make sure you understand.
Perhaps we could
This is
pause
like-
it right now.
This is where, sir.
Yes, Judge, pause it at 1:35:04.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will take our lunch and recess until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Yeah. Just leave it. I'm just going to turn off the screen and then post.
Oh, I was like, ooh, hot mic moment. All right, let me find the afternoon.
Attorney Schoenhorn.
Yes, it was a motion dated January 10th to preclude testimony that contains or references speculative statements, theories, or opinions of law enforcement filed January 10th. It's only a 1.5 page motion.
Hold on, I want to say this too. Hold on, let me pull it up. There was something that I saw from a reporter that happened on this lunch break. I bookmarked it on Twitter. Hold on. Okay, so this was yesterday at lunch breaks. This is while they're at lunch at this time. Attorney Schoenhorn spoke with reporters at the break on the prosecution's allegation about Michelle Troconis displaying a sealed report on her laptop. He said, I was cross-examining the FBI agent at the time. I don't know what was shown and or visible or not. The fact that one of the friends of Miss Dulos claims she knows what it is, that it was the sealed report, is a little bit concerning to me. How one would know that. Oh, that's what's concerning to him? Really? That's what's concerning to him? Schoenhorn also brought up that this sealed report came up in the past when it was alleged that Fotis Dulos had a copy of it, which was which was not prohibited, and it ended up in his attorney's possession. I asked Shoehorn point blank, does Michelle have this sealed report? His response, quote, to my knowledge, she does not have that report. She did not get it from me. Let's put it that way. That's all I can say, end quote. Woo! And he said, okay, regarding the video showing smoke coming from the chimney, he said, whatever they're trying to claim from a couple puffs of white smoke at various times on a very windy day, again, it's pure speculation. A couple puffs of smoke on a very windy day, you can clearly see that smoke coming out of that chimney. It's not just a couple puffs of smoke wafting in the wind. Is wafting a word? Did I just make that up? Is that a word? Why does it sound weird? Anyway, it's not just a couple puffs of smoke floating on the breeze. You can literally see it coming out of the chimney, but whatever. Okay, it's pure speculation according to him. He also said that there will be testimony during the defense's case that Troconis had fires going year-round. Apparently, and again, I don't have personal knowledge of this, in South America culture, apparently, having fires in your fireplace is a social activity. It's something one does on a regular basis, but I can't personally attest to that fact. He's not going to personally attest that fact because he knows it's bullshit. Let's be clear. Because if you're running errands all day and you're back and forth and you have to drive here for 10 minutes and then drive back here and swap cars and then drive back here, you're not going to keep putting fires in your damn fireplace while you're driving back and forth. It's full of crap. We continue watching. Oh, that's it. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to. There we go.
And we argued it then.
Maybe
you
she was
asked me to
vaping.
bring it up when that was happening. It had happened only a few times during the course of the trial, and sometimes the court has agreed with me, other times it hasn't, but I think now we're going so far afield when the purpose of this testimony is to show the video, to show the final interrogation of my client, but allowing the witness to basically summarize his theories of what was happening before becomes exactly the kind of evidence that I cite in the rules, 4-2, 3, 4-4, 7, 1, and 7, 3. And I did cite the case of State versus Beavers at 290 Connecticut 386, which in general just talks about lay witnesses, including police officers, not giving opinions on the evidence. That's my claim.
Well, the unusual nature of this trial is that there is about 6 or 7 hours of police interviews, and the interviews are not edited, and what the jury hears is skepticism from the officers about the defendant's recollection of events or inconsistent statements. The entirety of the video offer is, in this court's view, showing the jury that the officers have opinions about what the defendant said. There can be no controversy about that. They have opinions about what the defendant said on various dates. So to indicate to the court there should be a motion in limine granted, not allowing the officer on the stand to discuss his opinions about the defendant's credibility, is belied by the exhibit itself.
If Your Honor pleases, the difference, of course, is in the interview, and as I think I've already established, and this witness in the past has agreed, some of this is interrogation tactics, that it's allowed, and what they say can be taken, doesn't have to be taken at face value. But when the witness is now in the room telling the jury what his conclusion, based on hearsay, that he uncovered all this other evidence and they've gathered it, and then to basically offer his opinion on the credibility as opposed to what's said in the videos, which the court is correct. We could have had a debate about whether certain portions of the way that Ms. Troconis was interrogated, where certain things were falsehoods, certain things were maybe incorrect or inaccurate. But we made a decision that the whole thing should just come in so that, because there, in our view, the jury would need to see the totality. If we were editing, even if the court agreed to edit things out, it would not paint a full picture of how these interviews were conducted. My concern has to do with the questions by Attorney McGinnis in this courtroom based on things that were gathered over the next few months. And I did object, the court overruled it, but I wanted to take this opportunity outside the present jury just to expand a little on my concerns, and note I did indicate that I was anticipating something like this in my motion, which I filed in January.
Well, the court is going to take a global view of the 7 hours of interview. And the global view can be captured in just a few words. Essentially, Detective Kimball, you had 3 interviews because you didn't believe the first 2. That's it. The jury can easily draw that conclusion because this offer started with Detective Kimball indicating that most people don't get this chance. We're giving you another chance inferentially because we don't believe you. And you're not coming clean. That's how this offer is presented. So the court denies the motion in limine.
And I'll just note, I agreed with what the court, fully agreed with what the court just said. My concern is more about him in court telling this jury what he believes and didn't believe. That's the part I think is where I think that violates the code.
Well, if Detective Kimball said something other than or inferred something other than what's in the video, the court could understand the concern. But essentially, that is not what the court hears. In other words, he is testifying about the reason, first, that there are 3 interviews or more than 1 interview, and secondly, is simply just reiterating what's in the video. The motion is denied. You can bring the jury out.
I mean, that's not surprising. Like, you can't tell. Like, obviously, the investigators are going to have opinions about what they're hearing, and that's what guides their investigation. So they're there to testify about that. I mean, Shoehorn's fighting a losing battle.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Detective Kimball, where we had left off prior to the luncheon, you were discussing with the defendant going to 80 Mountain Spring Road. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what did the defendant say about going to 80 Mountain Spring Road and how that came about?
She told us that she had been called by Fotis Dulos to respond to 80 Mountain Spring to bring cleaning supplies to clean the house for a showing that Saturday.
Now, turning your attention back to the surveillance footage, which we watched earlier, what did that surveillance footage reveal about when the Jeep Cherokee and Suburban arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
So the surveillance video from 77 Mountain Spring showed that first the Jeep, then the Suburban arrived for the first time at 80 Mountain Spring at 1:36, which would be prior to the 1:53 call.
Okay, and Judge, the closest we could get it was to 1:34:42, so we're just going to pick it up from there.
With some clients, and I want the house to look clean, decent.
I want to kind of stop and just want to make sure you understand that this is where it starts getting real important. And you know exactly where you were and you was. Okay? And just so you know, what you told us the first couple times doesn't match up to this. This is very low.
Call her out on it. Yes.
You put the dishes in the sink.
Yes.
Okay. And Fotis, you don't know what he did? Did he stay at Jefferson or did he leave?
No, he was gonna go to 80 Mountain.
Okay, okay.
But I don't know if he already left, but at some point he calls me.
All right, well, I know you keep trying to get to that, but I want to go back. During lunch, what are you guys talking about? I know it's a fast lunch, but what are you discussing, having any discussions with anything?
Not that
They're talking about anything, you gotta be talking.
No, of course you talk, but
Okay.
I don't remember like what I talk every day of my life when I have lunch.
Alright.
Obviously,
Well,
it
you
was-
do remember a lot of details on some things.
Oh,
so
I
I'm
do
just-
because I've been with Andy really focusing to be as much detail as possible.
Okay.
To be able to give you as much information as I remember. But what I talk exactly, I don't have.
So let me ask you directly, was there any mention of Jennifer Dulos during your lunch with Fotis on the 24th?
No, I don't know if that time we spoke about the problem that he didn't answer the phone. That Wednesday, I never knew.
No, about the Andreas phone. What phone are you talking about? Oh, you're doing the 22nd. Right.
That Wednesday, he told me he went to Gracemark.
Alright, I'm not,
Okay, fine.
okay.
At some point, I don't know what day, I said why you didn't, but
Let me, I gotta stop you because during the Friday of May 24th, when you're eating lunch with Fotis, is there any mention of Jennifer? You want to talk about Jennifer? Did you ask him where he was that morning?
no.
When you got up that morning, were you expecting to see him?
No, because sometimes he wakes up and you have his phone. He wakes up at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning.
Right.
And
Right.
he watches TV, he reads. Sorry, this is bothering me. And he leaves the room because he turns the light on and it bothers me. Or if he doesn't want to leave, I go to Nicole's room. Sometimes he moves to another room to read.
Is that something he always does?
Yes.
He's always done that.
Okay, so she's saying, well, sometimes he gets up because he doesn't want to disturb me and he'll go to another room. She said she wasn't in their room that night. She said she went and slept with her daughter, Nicole, because of the storms. So why would he have gotten up and gone to another room so that the light doesn't bother her if she's not in the room?
Or is that more recent?
It was more recent because I don't remember, like, when I first moved, he was sleeping very, like we were kind of like in synchronized, you know, like when you're synchronized with someone.
So now when you say more recent, how recent? When did the waking up at 4 a.m.?
Like for instance, when he came to Vail in March, and he came to visit, he was waking up a lot, and he would tell me that it was because there was 2 hours of difference. So I didn't know if it was that was bothering him.
But you told us in the first interview that recently, prior to May 24th of 2019, he had started waking up earlier in the morning.
And there was a guy, I don't know if I told you, that he wanted Fotis to sell his piece of land in New Hartford, I think. Nick. I told you? Okay, he was calling like at 4:30 in the morning. He did several calls, and that was annoying.
Sure.
But yes, he was waking up 4 or 5, and for me that was a bother because I don't wake up at that time.
You also weren't in that room that morning, right?
Thank
you.
No, I know, but I'm saying that in other days,
Right, in other days.
it bothered me, and I would either move to Nicole's room, or he would go to another place.
Okay.
That's what I'm
So do you even know what time he woke up on May 24th?
No.
Okay, because you weren't in there with him, right?
No.
Okay. So you have lunch, and you know that he's going to 80 Mountain Spring after lunch? How do you know that?
Because he told me.
Okay. And
He told me.
what's he going to 80 Mountain Spring to do?
He told me that it was because Vanya, the realtor, was going the next day.
Okay, so she said that he showed up around 12 or something like that, and they had a fast lunch of like shepherd's pie type stuff, whatever. She called it something different. I don't know what the heck she called it. But anyway, they had a quick lunch. She did the dishes. They had, he was calling her from, downstairs. But the Tacoma was seen pulling back into the workhouse at 12:22. And then the call that she's talking about, where he called her to come to the workhouse for to clean it, apparently, because now she all of a sudden cleans houses, was at whatever 153.
With some clients, and the house has to be clean.
Right. And did he tell you that at lunchtime?
No, he told me that he was going to 80, and then at some point he calls me saying, bring cleaning supplies to clean the house.
Okay.
For Rania.
Okay.
That's more or less what I remember. And he called me like at 1:50 something. Then he calls me like at 3.
Well, let me just tell you that at 1:33, Fotis is driving to Jefferson, or driving to Mount Spring. And by 1:36, you guys are both arriving at Mount Spring.
Okay, so I went with the cleaning stuff.
Okay. But you went with him. You guys are both driving into the driveway together, like literally right behind
We
you.
went together.
Do you remember driving over to Mount Spring?
Thank you. Call her out on this.
Driving.
And which car were you driving?
I was driving the Cherokee. But can you repeat again?
Well, I don't want to tell you. I'm trying to ask you. No, I'm trying to ask you. When you went over in the Jeep, where was Fotis already there at Mount Spring?
I recall that, yes, but can you just repeat what you said? I didn't understand.
I will in a second.
So he's calling her out on it. He's saying, all right, you're saying that he called you to come over there. He was at 80 Mountain Spring, and he called you to come over there to bring cleaning supplies. But we have you on video at 1:36. You pull into the workhouse in the Jeep, and then the Suburban pulls in right behind you. So y'all are pulling in like together. And she's like, wait, what? Can you repeat that?
So you drive the Jeep over at 1:36 and you arrive. And you're saying Fotis was already there? That's not, he's driving in right ahead of you. You're following
So
him.
they're following me.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't. It could happen.
Okay, it did happen. Absolutely did happen. I'm just telling
I'm
you.
not saying no.
Okay. No, I'm just telling you that it's strange that you wouldn't remember that. But...
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. No, I can't tell you what you were talking about.
Okay, and I do remember going back to the house at some point and then coming back. Like, I did go back from 80 to the house,
Yes,
and
you
from
did.
Forest Jefferson to the house,
Yes,
because
that's
I
correct.
changed the vacuum for a room.
So when you came over in the Jeep, what did you have with you in the Jeep for cleaning supplies?
I brought bucket, a sponge, garbage bags, disposable, how do you call the gloves, disposable gloves.
Yeah, like plastic gloves?
Yeah.
Latex gloves?
Yeah.
Tight gloves, or like the ones that go up your arm?
No, the short ones.
The short ones.
That package, because I use that a lot, like when I clean like the cats,
Drop-ins, right.
whatever, like that.
I had a cat, I understand.
The box with the cat, the dog, when I clean, like, when I'm doing like the meat or the chicken.
You wear
chicken.
latex gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Like
it.
the
Yeah, you gotta watch out for chicken. What color was the bucket? Do you remember?
Our bucket, it's white, plastic white.
Does it have a handle? Is it like a construction bucket, or is it like a bucket you use in the beach?
Ones that you buy in the supermarket.
Okay. You remember what color the sponge was?
I believe it's yellow and green.
And do you remember what color the bags were?
Black.
Were they heavy bags, or?
Just going to pause it at 1:43:52. Detective Kimball, in the course of your investigation, did you become aware of certain items that were recovered at Albany Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And would you describe Brandi sponges were covered at Albany Avenue?
Yes.
What color were they?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this kind of narrative of other police conduct. It's not relevant to what's happening unless there's a.
I disagree.
Well, the testimony that has already been heard concern sponges, bags, and Detective Kimball has been asked that you become aware of the recovery of certain items on Albany Avenue. Response is yes, sponges and bags. So the objection is overruled.
The sponge was yellow and green.
And what color were the garbage bags?
The garbage bags were black.
Were they lightweight? I mean, were they?
No, garbage bags.
Right, but sometimes they make heavy duty garbage bags. Sometimes they make,
Oh,
regular.
Yeah,
flimsy
no,
tin.
I believe I took like the big garbage ones because I have those on the back in the butler's pantries are. That's where all the.
This is where all this came from? Butler's pantry?
No, like the bucket, well, what came from the kitchen, the sponge, the Windex, the Clorox. I don't know if it was from the Clorox that's from bathrooms or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Is it a spray or is it a big gallon of Clorox? It's a spray?
The one that says bleach, Clorox. The brand is Clorox, but it's like bleach, all purpose.
Okay. Where was that from?
I haven't. Usually the cleaning supplies are divided either in the laundry room or in the kitchen. Like the vacuum and the broom, usually they're in the closet far in the locker room, near the stairs. Or sometimes the vacuum is in the laundry, because it depends when Renata leaves it.
Okay.
What else did I take? Paper towel. I think that's it.
What were you planning to clean?
The house.
The whole house? The house,
The
right?
house and then clean it up.
Okay.
So I cleaned, what did I clean? Countertop, in the living room where the fireplace was, there were like dirt or like balls or something, like I think it was an animal thing.
They all got it. Trouble.
Yeah, that house had bats, had owl,
Okay.
that Andy, the guy that used to work for Fotis, was always complaining that I cannot find a guy that hires someone
Were
to
they in the house? They would have droppings in the house?
They would have what?
Were the owls and bats inside the house and there would be droppings in
The
the house?
bats were supposedly in the attic.
Okay.
Then there was a problem with one of the bathrooms that insect.
Okay, can I just point out one other thing that I think is really weird about her whole story? She was saying earlier in the interview when she was giving the details about Thursday night, she said that whoever it was at their house cleaning all day, and I can't remember the name, was at their house cleaning all day. So you have somebody that cleans your house all day, but then you're going to go clean the construction house? Make that make sense.
Will come in, like bees, flies.
Okay.
Then there was an owl. That the owl did disappear. I don't know if Andy took it away. Anyway, so I cleaned the kitchen countertop. I went upstairs to the bathrooms and I put the liquid, the Clorox things, the bleach, and I just click the handle to the water come down. Then I went at some point to the house and I came
back to Jefferson.
Exactly, back to Jefferson.
All right, before that, what is Fotis doing?
Fotis, I saw him from the window of the bathroom of the master bedroom. At some point he was fixing, he had some, I think think they were pink or blue ribbons along the drive of the house. He was very upset always that when Stefan had the open houses, people were stepping in the grass. So he would put ribbons, lines.
So people would not step there.
Yes. At some point, I know he went to the basement. In the basement of that house, I don't know if you guys been, it's like, and it's unfinished. And it has like construction things.
Okay.
I've been in that basement maybe 2 times.
Okay, so we went to the basement, why?
No, I didn't go that day.
He went, you said at some point
At
he went.
some point, because I saw that door open,
Okay.
and obviously the door was open is because he was down there. Because that door usually is closed and it has a sign that says, I think it says unfinished basement, do not open, or
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I know it used to have a paper. I don't know if it has that paper anymore.
Alright.
And well, and that's it. I was inside the house.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Okay.
And whatever else you can remember.
No, well, but at some point I went to the house to grab the broom. But you have 1 times there.
Right.
And then you came back.
You went to the house
Yeah,
at Fort Jefferson?
I went to the house to Fort Jefferson.
And how long did you stay there? Alright, I wanted to, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I got to interrupt for a second. The first time you went to 80 Mountain Spring shop, you were cleaning the kitchen countertops and the bathrooms upstairs? Anything else?
I mean, I don't remember exactly what I cleaned, but I do know what I cleaned. I don't know what I cleaned first.
That's right.
Okay, but I did tell you the countertops.
Yep.
And things of the toilet.
Toilet bowl. Toilet bowl.
The toilets.
Right.
Yeah.
The toilet.
Of the bathrooms, of the ones on the top.
How many bathrooms are there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 bathrooms. Anything else?
I cleaned that part of the living room. I cleaned the outside. There's a terrace in front of the kitchen.
Yeah.
I used the broom and I picked up like leaves and like that.
So you swept the terrace?
Yes, because they accumulate in the corners.
Okay.
No, I didn't do that much.
Okay. So when you arrived this first time, Fotis was driving in the Suburban?
When I arrived, when you say that we were together,
Yes, you were. You told me.
I was in the Cherokee,
Right.
and Fotis was in the Suburban.
Okay. Were there any other cars there in the
Yes,
driveway?
the red pickup, Abel's car.
Okay, so when you drove it,
And
Just
Tacoma
going
was
to
there,
pause
he
it at
says.
150-109. The defendant just indicated that the red pickup, Pavel's truck, was there. During your June 2nd interview, did the defendant ever indicate to you that Mr. Gumini's truck was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, she did not.
Did she talk about Mr. Gumini's truck during that first interview?
At the very end of the interview, she mentioned that Pavel had a red truck which was dirty, old, and destroyed.
But she never said it was at 80 Mountain that
She
day.
never said that, no.
How about on June 6th, 2019? Did the defendant ever say to you that Pavel's truck was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
She did not know.
already at 8, was Pavel there? Okay, where was he? Do you know where he went?
Yeah, supposedly, I mean, I didn't ask, but normally what he does, he's in taking care of the house of New England.
Okay, so you don't know specifically where Pavel was, but you didn't see him at 80 Mountain Spring, but his truck was there.
No, I didn't see Pavel. I saw the car.
Okay.
I saw Pavel's
The red pickup.
The red pickup.
But you didn't see
I saw
Pavel.
Pavel afterwards when he came.
Right, when you first arrived there, you didn't see him.
No, I didn't see Pavel.
Do you have any?
So here's a question. She said that the when she saw Fotis's phone, she didn't think it was weird that it was there because the Suburban was there. Okay. But then the Tacoma is seen pulling back into the workhouse at 12:22. Would he have had to drive the bike? He would have had to have driven the bike. If the Suburban is there, he would have had to have driven the bike to the workhouse, which is what, 3 miles? Unless he had a ride, which if Kent is considered a co-conspirator, and we know he was there in the morning, but I know that the cameras don't pick up everything because they're, some of them are motion activated, but there's, oops, I'm hitting my microphone. There's stuff missing there. You know what I mean?
Any idea why the truck was there? Do you have any idea how it got there? Okay. So you went back at one point to Jefferson. How long do you think you were at 80 Mountain Spring before you went back to Jefferson? Any idea?
I don't know why I think like for maybe an hour, 40 minutes, no?
Okay, 15 minutes.
Okay.
And now, I would like to know, how long were you at Fort Jefferson when you went back for the vacuum and the room switch?
It could be then like an hour that I was there, and then I know at some point I went back and I stayed longer, but I don't know which time I was longer, if it was the first time or the second time, because I did clean, part of the house, but I don't know which one I was 15 minutes and which one I was more.
Okay.
But
that's why I was asking what you.
Okay, I know, but again, that's why I told you, like I'm not gonna remember. I know I went back at some point and I came back.
Okay.
That I know.
But when you went back to Jefferson, is it true that you only went back to get a vacuum, or to switch the vacuum out because it wasn't working?
Yes, maybe I stayed there for a little bit longer. Maybe I could have stayed and do some emails.
Was there anything going on at 80 Mountain Spring that you didn't want to be a part of?
Not that I know, not of my knowledge. I went back, and at some point I went back to 80 with the room.
You did go back to 80.
Exactly.
Wasn't. If you're just going back, if you're at 80 and you're going back to Fort Jefferson to switch out a non-functioning vacuum, and then you're going to return to 80 Mountain Spring, you're at Fort Jefferson a lot longer than we would expect that to be the case.
I probably stayed there for a while. Maybe I was in the computer. I could be, I don't know, maybe I stayed, and then I went, I do remember going back with the room.
You definitely went back.
Okay.
We understand.
With the room, and I swiped.
We're not quizzing you on time. We're not quizzing you on, I want you to understand. We're asking you what kinds of things you did, which would account for times that we know are the case. So we're just trying to understand. For instance, another thing is you told us you were washing windows.
No, I never said I was washing windows.
You said you were cleaning windows.
No, I did not. That's a lie.
Oh, I'm not lying. We're not lying.
I never said. I said I looked at the window and I saw Fotis.
We're talking about the previous interviews. It turns out right here, the things you say now.
Well, no, I didn't.
They're not all the same.
I didn't.
Would you like me to play it for you?
Yes.
Well, that's very interesting because there's another thing that we can play for you.
Yes.
Do you realize that? I'm not sure you.
Detective, I'm just going to stop it at 154:57. You indicated that the defendant had said in her previous interviews that she was washing windows, and she indicated that she hadn't said that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, did she say that in her previous interviews?
She, in fact, did not.
Was that a mistake?
No.
Yes.
Okay, where did that information come from?
That information came from Pavel Gumeni, who stated that when he arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road, Fotis told him that Michelle Troconis had been washing windows.
She corrected you?
She corrected us.
Dang,
yes.
I thought they were about to play it for her. I remember the window thing. I didn't remember where it came from. So.
You play back the video. You have to see it from our point of view.
Yeah, maybe I was.
Like I said earlier, we know a lot than we did when we finished. You remember in explicit detail a lot of the things I'm going to call silly, pointless things that were maybe important to you. Like the receipt was in my purse on the counter. But now when we're getting into like the grid, you're not remembering the explicit details that you really need to remember to help yourself. Okay?
I don't understand. Can you explain?
You remember a lot of simple detail. I went and took a picture with the robot. I was going to this person's house. I was going to that person's house. But now that we're at the place that's very important, I don't know if I was going for 10 minutes or an hour and a half, but leading up to that, you're very good.
Can I tell you how? Because I asked Pedro for the chats. I asked my family for the chats. I asked my dad, everybody that I usually talk to, even Nicole, I ask them for chats, conversations.
So you've been going through all that?
I've been going, and that's how I know, okay, I went to Pedro at this time, I got my AT&T phone logs, so that's how I know at what time I was talking to whoever I was talking or texting. That's why I remember, but it's not because I have a Iron Man memory. So I'm sorry if I said I was reading window.
Well, you definitely said you were.
Okay,
that's why we're asking you why you're not saying that.
What I remember, I said I was in the bathroom and I was looking through the window and I saw Fotis fix the ribbons of the street.
This is the first time we've heard of that, right? Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I thought I heard about this.
Okay, we may.
Or maybe I don't remember.
I remember here.
You know, a thought. That house, 80 hold on. Let me map it first.
Very well, there being grass.
We're going to solve this.
So on and so forth, but I don't think that came from you. That the grass had been seeded, the soil, so they could grow the grass. The grass was cleaned up nice. I didn't even on the road.
I didn't do that grass.
No, we know. We're not seeing any different pictures. It becomes confusing. I understand. So the thing that we all didn't hear when it actually happened, but we now have on tape that we can play for you. Do you remember this setting?
As long as we hear the question first.
2.1 miles between the workhouse and Fotis's house. So 2.1 miles. So, I mean, that would take less than 10 minutes to bike if he biked there.
You should do it.
Oh, we have to play now.
Detective, what are you playing for the defendant at this point?
I'm playing a segment of the second interview that took place at Attorney Bowman's office on the 6th.
And how are you playing it?
Playing it on a laptop computer.
So we're talking about, we're trying to get you to talk about Friday the 24th and whether you saw Fotis or not. And the whole 80 Mountain Spring activities, which are very important, we think, to this case.
Oh, I didn't see Fotis yesterday. Why are you know, it's not a piece in your mind. It's more like you're trusting, that's understandable. You're it doesn't cause it on my nerves, keeping someone that is thinking of keeping someone. Thank you. I don't need to think about it while you're sleeping with
So I don't attach the same significance to that you do. Okay. Because you're asking her, and look, I'm not here to get into a disagreement with anybody, but I mean, I remember I was there at the time, and you were asking her.
You were asking her about age.
I know.
You were asking me.
Why don't listen? You know what the stakes are here, right? So I want you to tell them everything you know about 80 Mountain that afternoon. Okay, so look, I just want you to be clear that it's very important.
Yes.
And I want everybody in this room to know that you understand the importance of it. Okay?
So again, I cleaned part of the house. I didn't clean the whole house. I just cleaned all these pieces that I told you. I cleaned the terrace. At some point, Fotis comes in and he asks for paper towel because he spilled something. I told him it's either in the kitchen or upstairs. He probably went and picked up the paper towel, clean whatever he wanted to clean. And when at some point I'm coming out, and he gave me the paper towel. And I threw it in the garbage.
Gave you a dirty paper towel? He used a paper towel?
Yes. It was.
What was he using the paper towel for?
He said that he spilled, I think it was coffee. And
Coffee where?
in one of the cars. That's what he told me. I'm not sure if that's true or not. The paper towel was dirty.
What color was the paper towel? Or what color was the dirty paper towel?
Brown.
Brown?
Yeah.
I'm being honest with you, having a real hard time believing that you don't know what's going on here.
I didn't know what's going on.
I'm just going to pause it at 2:01:52. Detective, during the June 2nd, 2019 interview, did the defendant ever tell you that Mr. Dulos had given her a paper towel that was brown in color while she was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, she did not.
How about during that June 6, 2019 interview? Did she ever include that detail during that interview?
She did not know.
Dun, dun, dun.
No, I didn't see anything.
So he hands you a paper towel and he says he just spilled a coffee stain in one of the cars, but you don't know which car. What is it?
I believe it was in the Tacoma.
Okay, so he spilled coffee in the Tacoma?
He always carries coffee, and he makes me buy the coffee things, Dixie, whatever they're called in the supermarket.
Where was he standing? Where was Fotis standing?
Outside,
when he hands you this paper towel.
I was getting out of the garage to go towards outside, and he was coming, so we met there.
Where was he coming from? What direction was he coming?
From the garage, from the outside of the house.
Did you walk out? Did you walk out the garage? Or did...
I came out from it's the terrace, the kitchen, and the garage, and there's a door. Have you been in the house or not?
No, I haven't. We have other people there. So. I've seen photos of it. I know the general layout.
Yeah. And being out in the garage towards outside the house where the cars were.
Right by the garage.
The cars were actually out here.
Yeah.
That's when we he says here, and I threw it in the garbage that was in the kitchen.
So where is the...
And the Tacoma was standing here. The
Tacoma, sorry.
The Tacoma was here. I believe the Cherokee was here, and the Suburban. And this is the house. Here.
And where's Fotis?
Here.
Okay.
And this is all like
Are the doors open on any of the cars?
I didn't see that in that moment. Yeah. And then at some point, Pavel arrives. And that's when I see Pavel.
So at some point, Pavel arrives.
I believe it's around almost to 5, maybe 4:30. I did also talk on the phone with a lady of the rocks.
Barbara? Barbara?
Yes. And she told me to pick up that they were closing earlier that day because they were slow people. I saw the text that at some point I texted with Greg Smith, he's our water skier. I also at some point spoke with my dad because I have calls from my dad.
Okay.
I'm just telling you things that happen, but I'm not exactly in terms of time.
So you left at some point from 80 Mountain Road to go to the rug store to meet Barbara. Is that correct?
But that was after like when we were all leaving.
Can we start at the time that Pavel?
Sure.
That's just a very short time before. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk about what happened when Pavel.
Pavel arrived. Fotis and I, we were like against a car.
Which car?
The Tacoma.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Fotis was like behind me, like physical contact. Pavel arrives. I think Fotis or Pavel says I didn't see anything or we weren't doing anything. I think something like a joke.
Maybe physically that you two were.
Like, yeah, we were
Having relations.
I believe Pavel started talking to Fotis about the house in New Canaan. I guess like how was the day or whatever. And at some point, I mean, I have to go because I wanted to go and get my rocks. So I think I said I have to go to get my rocks, and I think we all left pretty much at the same time. I think he turned around because he was parked here, so I think he backed up and he left in the.
Pavel leaves in the directory.
He lives in the directory.
When you left, okay, where were the cars?
The Tacoma was here. The Cherokee somewhere in here. The Suburban and the Raptor here because he arrived. More or less for what I remember.
So when you leave, what do you say?
I think we all left. I think Pavel leaves first. I'm not sure, but I think Fotis also lives in the Suburban. I live in the Cherokee. Fotis calls me and says, you took the keys for Pavel's car, or you have the keys of Pavel's car.
Not right away, not right.
No, he calls me, like, I think the call was at 5:16.
And where were you when you received that call?
I was either in the house or driving to the house. I mean, I was somewhere in Deerfield, in the road. Deerfield?
No.
In the house. Okay, when I was in the house. And then I said, well, I'll need you here. And
why did you take the keys?
The keys were in the car, in the Cherokee.
Keys were in the Cherokee?
The keys were in the Cherokee because he said, you took the keys. I said, I did? He said, yes, you took the keys for Pavel's car. And I...
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh.
Michelle, that is not true.
Oh, dang.
I understand that Pavel came here for 10 hours.
Okay, well, so then I took the keys.
And talked to us.
I know.
So how did you get the key, Michelle? To the Tacoma?
I know. That part.
There's some pictures. Just to show a little of the work we've done. How did you get the keys to the Tacoma?
The keys of the Tacoma, they can be either. Well, the Fotis put it in the Or if I took the keys, it probably was in the, I don't know where in the car.
Alright. You ended up with the keys.
I ended up with the keys.
There's more to the story also. I mean.
Yeah, there is, you're right. This is step one of how the keys came to be in her possession. I want to be clear on how that happened. So do you remember, I want to hear this. Do you remember how you got the keys?
No, I don't, but the keys were that I had the keys. I did have the keys. I get outside the house. I give the keys to Fotis. I think Pavel, I don't think, I saw Pavel turning on the motorcycle, the Honda. And because supposedly he was going to take the Honda home. And then I think I did because I wanted to do the rocks, but it was late. And I wasn't going to make it. So I
I'm getting confused now. You get a call from Fotis, and he says you took the keys to Tacoma, bring them back. Is that correct?
But I didn't bring them back. I was in the house.
You were in the house?
I said, I come to the house, or I'm here in the house. So they
Bring the keys back to 81 Springs?
No.
No?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I gave him the key in the house.
Okay.
At the church. Yes. I did not go back to 80. And
So the transfer of the keys took place in Fotis, and you handed them to
Fotis.
Fotis?
Yes.
Where was Pavel?
Doing something with the motor.
Pavel was there too.
Yes.
Was there any conversation prior to your leaving 80 Mountain between Fotis and Pavel about the Tacoma staying at 80 Mountain Road?
Not that I know.
Not that you heard? Not that you're aware of?
No.
Fotis didn't want him to take the Raptor for the weekend, that didn't come up, there was no discussion that you witnessed about that?
Not in front of me.
Not in front of you?
And for what I've understood, Pavel took the Tacoma, and that actually I told him how did he take the motor? How he puts the motor on top of the pickup? He says that he goes to 585 in Deer Creek, and that he backs up in a place that there's a hill, and he puts the motorcycle on. That's what they explained me.
Did Fotis ever tell you that Pavel wanted to sell the Tacoma?
Yes.
When did that take place?
I think he told me that, I think it was on Wednesday on the car wash.
Okay.
Yes, at some point he tells me, I think Pavel wants to sell his car, and he asked me to stay with the Cherokee. And I said, well, I don't care. The only thing that if I want the Cherokee for the weekends to go somewhere far, like a long trip, he said, oh no, that's not going to be a problem. So that conversation was, I believe it was on Wednesday when I went to take him to the car wash.
Do you remember the date of that Wednesday?
29.
So it's the 29th on Wednesday, you took Fotis.
Just going to pause it at 2:13:21 p.m. Detective Kimball, during your June 2nd, 2019 interview, did the defendant ever say to you that she had gone to a car wash either with or at close in time to Mr. Dulos with the Tacoma?
No, she did not.
I've
How
almost
about
looked
in
at
that
5
June
number
6,
6.
2019 interview?
No.
Did the topic of a car wash ever come up during that first interview on June 2nd?
She mentioned the word car wash, but it was out of context. She did not elaborate in any way on the car wash.
Thank you.
Thank you, I've almost.
Pavel's Tacoma?
No. Fotis at some point calls me and says, picked me up at the car wash in the parking lot. And so I went to pick him up, and then we went to meet with Andy. So we drove in.
Okay. A little more detail, okay? Because we're really kind of jumping ahead, which I think.
I almost skipped another 5. Thank you so much.
Because there was Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday are all days that.
Yeah, I believe Pavel took the Tacoma, because actually that night we were in the Raptor. And the next day, Fotis took the Suburban, supposedly to see the kids, and I had the Cherokee. And the Sunday the same. He had the Suburban because he was gonna supposedly pick up the kids in New York, and I had the Cherokee. So I believe Pavel did take the Tacoma that Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. With the motorcycle.
Yeah. So the day of the car wash, you're home and you get a phone call from Fotis to come meet you?
Yes, he said to me, come and pick me up at wait, I drop off the call in school, I go back to the house, I get change. And he said, he either told me I have to drop the car in the car wash, pick me up in the parking lot, which I did. I picked him up. We came here, and then in the afternoon.
Okay.
Well,
exactly what you did.
I went to pick him up. He came. I changed seats, and he drove the Yukon.
Yep.
We had the Yukon.
The rental.
The rental.
Now,
This is the car wash day.
your understanding of him taking the Tacoma to get washed was for what reason?
He told me that Pavel wanted to sell the car, and that, I mean, the whole, what I understood was the whole philosophy was that Pavel was going to stay with the Cherokee for a while until he gets a different car. And I said, I don't mind. I don't mind him staying with the Cherokee as long as if I go on a weekend somewhere, I can have the Cherokee because it's easier to drive.
And on what day was that explained to you, that Pavel was going to have the Cherokee?
Wednesday,
Wednesday,
when he went to the car wash.
so the day of the car wash.
The car wash.
Okay.
So, all right, so he calls you, says, pick me up. Is that right?
Yeah, we're talking, on the phone. At some point he called me like at 9:11, and I called, or vice versa. I called him at 9:11. He calls me at 9:13. But we end up on 44. There's a car wash. In that car wash, in the parking lot,
At the car
I picked
wash.
him up. Obviously, I changed seats. He drove to come down here.
Yeah, that's the first day you meet with Attorney Bowen.
Yes. And I don't know what time we arrived here, but.
Okay, so
And then on the way back, I received a phone call from the car wash at 1:39 saying that the car was ready. I didn't give them my phone number because I didn't go and talk to them. It was Fotis.
Fotis.
Okay. And then as driving back, I'm not 100%. We either after the meeting with Andy, we drove back to Farmington. Stops in the bank. Then I'm not sure if I picked up Nicole. We picked up Nicole in the school. I don't know. This part I'm not right. And then back to the car wash that I dropped him off to pick up the car, and then I drove back home, or I went to pick up Nicole. That's, but I mean, the car, he washed the car. I mean.
So where were you? When did Fotis leave that morning?
What do you mean?
When did Fotis leave? He drove out of Jefferson with the Tacoma, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know when he left the house that morning?
No, but I think I believe it was like around 9:50.
Okay.
I believe. I'm not 100.
Where were you when he left? You still at the house?
I was in the house, but I probably went up right after him to pick up him.
When you say you probably went right after him, Michelle,
I know.
let me ask you a
I
question,
think
Michelle.
I went after him to pick
Well,
up.
after him could be a minute after him, a second after him, or an hour after him.
No, it wasn't an hour.
Okay.
It was
So
close to going after him, like immediately.
immediately after him?
Yes.
So were you following him out of the driveway? Or did you leave a few minutes after he left?
No, I think it was immediately, like right after him.
Okay, so were you following him out of the driveway? Or was it a few minutes after he left that you
No,
left?
it can be following him.
All right. And when he dropped the car off at Russell Speeder in Avon, where were you?
In the parking lot, in the car.
You were in the parking lot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he dropped the car off.
Yeah.
So how do you need to have a phone call from him to come pick him up? Because you're with him, dropping off the
No,
car.
I wasn't with him. He was in another car, and I was in another.
You were in the parking lot.
We spoke, and probably we spoke about, okay, I'm gonna drop off the car, go and drive to Andy. We had 2 calls. What did we talk? I don't know, but obviously I did drop him off. I'm not saying I didn't drop him off. Not drop him. I mean, I was in the
You
car.
told us that he had to call you to come pick him up. But actually you were in the parking lot of Russell Speeders when he's dropping off the Tacoma,
Yes.
making arrangements to have it detailed, correct?
No, I didn't say any of that. I was in the parking lot.
Asking.
Okay, I was in the parking lot. I never talked to the
I
car.
understand that.
Okay,
But
so,
when he goes into Russell Speeder
yes,
to drop off the Tacoma to
yes,
get it detailed,
yes.
you were in the parking lot of Russell Speeders. Is that correct?
Yes, I was in the
Okay,
parking
so
lot.
once he leaves, he
He
drops,
Okay.
he comes out of Russell Speeders,
He called me, where are you?
shut him up.
Okay.
He comes out of the office, he's paid for the detail. Does he get into your car?
He gets into the car, yes.
Okay. So I don't understand why he needs to call you and tell you to come pick him up.
No,
Because
maybe
he's
not
in your
picking
car.
up. Maybe it's, where are you? Standing in the parking lot, or like looking for me in the parking
So
lot.
all I know is what you're telling me, so
I
that's,
know.
come and pick me up, so that's why I'm asking.
Wait, I'm not.
Is this a good time to take a break, Judge?
10 more minutes.
Yes, sir.
Where are you to come to the car?
Okay.
I mean, that's.
So you followed him to Russell Speeder, he went in, and left your phone number apparently,
Yes, because
Right.
he called me.
and then he comes out, he gets into well, you guys switch, you're in the rental, Yukon, and the two of you drive down together to Attorney Coleman in
Yes.
Westport,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then sometime during the afternoon, through 1:39, you get a call,
Yes.
and you go back to Russell Speeder.
I'm not sure if we went to drive, no, first I don't know if we were driving from here to
Right.
Farmington.
Right, I'm listening.
At some point, I know he stops in the bank.
What, right?
And maybe I drop him there, or
Back surveillance. This is you guys in back.
Yeah, the car wash was the following Wednesday,
Okay.
or something, 29th.
Detective Kimball, what are you showing the defendant?
Yeah, Wednesday.
I paused it at 2:22:17.
Those are 2 still frames from the People's Bank surveillance from the ATM machine, which is essentially directly across Russell Speeders.
Fotis is not dead yet at this point.
It's out now, M&T Bank, correct.
Fotis is still alive.
there he is.
Yeah, that's you, that's
Yes.
okay. Yeah, so I'm just saying, yes, you go to the bank and then you go.
Do I go to pick up my phone, or
Do you remember?
I'm
just asking, do you remember?
But I don't know, but I know I went to the car wash and I dropped him off.
I want to go back to Avon for just 1 second. Fotis hands you the paper towel, the brown substance on it. Where did you place that towel?
In one of the black bags.
One of the black bags?
Yes.
Is that the only thing you placed in a black bag?
I put some paper towels that I used, and then that was it. I left all the cleaning supplies in the kitchen.
So that's the only thing you saw or threw out that he gave you at 89. Anything else you threw out was stuff that you used?
Yes.
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 Did all that stuff go into that one bag?
I don't know, because I never went back to their house and I didn't pick up the cleaning supplies or anything. I guess at some point if Fotis went back to pick up the Tacoma, he probably took everything. But I never went back to that to 89 after I left.
On Friday? What do you mean you never went back after you left? Which time? After you went home to switch out the vacuum cleaner, right?
Yes, and
then
then
you
we went
went
back. Yes, but when we all left, since we all left, which I believe it was around 5,
Okay.
I never went back to 80.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you ever take Fotis on Friday? Did you ever take Fotis back to Jefferson?
What do you mean to Fotis?
So you and Fotis at some point are both at 80.
Uh-huh.
Do you go back to Fort Jefferson around 407? And do you remember taking Fotis back to Jefferson? Or having Fotis and you drive back to Jefferson? On Friday?
It could be that he came to the crowd drove.
So you don't remember how?
You know what? I think. No, I think I took his phone that it was on charge.
You took his phone?
To charge it, I think. Can it be or no?
I don't know. I wasn't there. You were there.
I know, but I don't know. Maybe he gave me the phone because he said I have no battery. And when I went and charged it at some point, then I left.
Then you left.
I mean, I went back
You gotta say where you
I
are.
went back, okay, from Fort Jefferson, I went back to 80.
You just took the phone back? Is this a maybe or is this a you did it?
I think I did. I think I took his phone to charge.
Because his battery was going with it. And he remained at 80.
Yes.
Doing what? Cleaning out the Tacoma?
No.
Oh,
I saw him, I told you, outside. I saw him, at some point he went down to the basement because the door I saw it open. And no, that's it. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to what he was doing. I was inside the house.
Not when you needed you the towel from work. Not when you needed you the dirty towel you brought outside the house.
Well, I was walking outside the house and that's where we met. And the only time I was out is in the porch, in the terrace outside the house, but looking towards the lot.
Looking on the north side, looking north.
To the lots.
Right, which is
This is the house, and there's a tree here that I like because this tree, I like it because how it looks from one of the rooms. And the porch is here, and the garage is here, and all the garage parking is here.
the north is this way. So the lot is here.
This one's in August, I think.
And he has these 2 lots for sale.
Right.
Well, one is supposed to be sold.
This would be an appropriate time to take the recess.
Yes, Judge. Pausing at 2:27:29.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case.
So while they're doing this,
When they were.
real quick, let's talk about Kent, because I saw some of y'all were asking about him. So let's talk about Kent Mahaney for a minute. He is, like I mentioned, he's the friend who Fotis had, who was at the office that morning. according to there's more to him, and he's a sketchy character himself, and I do hope that he testifies, because I hope that he gives enough information. If it ends up being him getting a deal or whatever, it would have to. I mean, that's the only way he would do it, is if he's getting a deal out of it. But but he's a sketchy character himself. But I just hope that he would testify only for the simple fact that Jennifer's family deserves answers. But here's the info about sketchy Kent Mahaney. So he is the friend / former attorney for Fotis, but they were friends. He only met Michelle about like less than a month before all of this happened. But he's also charged with the same stuff that Michelle is charged with. But here's why. His story also changed multiple times. But more importantly, than just inconsistent stories, there's a few things that are really sketchy. Hold on, let me pull up his arrest warrant real quick. I have it saved. I told y'all about the grave thing before, but let's go over it real quick. All right, here we go. Okay. All right, Kent Mahaney. Okay, so he said that he met Michelle for the first time within 30 days of the meeting at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Let's see. He said that there was no scheduled meeting, and he acknowledged he did not see Fotis that morning. His interview changed. In his second interview, his story changed and said that there was a prearranged meeting, but he still said he did not see Fotis that morning. He said that he arrived. Okay, so he says he arrived at 4 Jefferson Crossing at about 7:40 that morning, and he stayed there for 40 to 50 minutes. So from like 8:20 to 8:30 or something like that is when he says he left, which would have been, he was there when at 8:26 for that 17-second phone call. So if he left like right after that, that would be about that time frame. So that makes me think, okay, he was scheduled to be there to make sure that that call was answered, because he was in the office with Fotis's phone at that time. And then he left the office right after that phone call came through. So he says that he doesn't remember if he talked to Fotis that day, but we do know that Fotis called him when he was on Le Tour de Trash Cans. And also, here's something sketchy. The day after Jennifer's disappearance, Kent says that he fell down some steps and had a concussion. And due to his fall down these steps, he had to get a new phone because his phone, the screen was cracked. So he no longer, we don't have information to his phone stuff because he had to get a new phone. And that is sketchy AF. So we have no location data or anything from him. More sketchy stuff. And I went over this a little bit in my intro video when I was going over all the craziness of this case. But one of the biggest things I think was the shallow or the human grave. Let me find that part in this thing. Let's see. Oh, here's Mahaney reported he could not remember any incoming call at 8:26 a.m., the call from Greece. When pressed on whether he answered any calls that morning, he responded, "Why would I direct someone to answer a phone?" But, of course, in the interview, Michelle says that he told her to answer the phone, so they have conflicting stories there. No big surprise. Let's see. Okay, here it is. Okay, so Windsor Rod and Gun Club. So a guy named Jay Lawler was a member of Windsor Rod and Gun Club located on East Street, adjacent to Russell Street in the town of East Granby, Connecticut. So Lawler wanted to provide information that he felt might pertain to this investigation. So this is where things get really sketchy for Kent. On 5/18, so about a week, 19, 20, about 2 weeks, whatever it is, from the 18th to the 24th or whatever. So 18, like however many days that is before she disappeared. I didn't come here to do math. Lawler and his friend Lee McKay went hunting on Windsor Rod and Gun Club for his birthday. So this is on the 18th. Now, he said that the club sits on approximately 25 acres of wooded land in East Granby. The entry to the club is secured by fencing and a logging chain, and only the current 5 members are supposed to have access to the property. As Lawler and McKay were walking through the woods, they came upon an area of disturbed ground. When they looked closer, they uncovered 2 barbecue grill grates, which had been placed over a hole dug into the ground. Small branches and leaves had been placed on the grill grates to hide the pit beneath. The hole dimensions were approximately 2 feet wide and 6 feet long and 3 feet deep. Lawler stated he is just under 6 feet tall and that he would have laid down in the hole. Lawler described the hole as, quote, 100% a human grave, end quote. Inside the hole, this is where it's real bad, Lawler found a blue tarp and 2 unopened bags of lime. McKay had remarked, "What's the lime for?" And Lawler responded, "For trying to get rid of a body." To this, McKay responded, "Well, that means that someone has to be missing." But the 2 men were unaware of any missing persons. The 2 men removed the grill grates and kicked around debris so the feature was obvious and no one would fall into it. Considering the site to be spoiled, the 2 men then went on their way. Lawler continued to think about who had dug the hole and for what purpose. He then learned around 5:22, so this is just days before she goes missing. This is 2 days before she goes missing and 4 days after they had been there before. Lee had been on the club property and had checked the hole. He discovered that it was half filled with water due to heavy rains, and the 2 bags of lime had been removed. The 2 bags of lime had been removed 2 days before she went missing. 4 days after they were there. Again, Lawler considered this curious, but since no one was missing yet, he shrugged it off. So in early June, they went out to the property and found the hole had been filled and covered as neat as a pin with leaves and sticks to the point that you could not tell that a hole had ever even been there. Towards the end of June, Lawler was talking with a friend who was a police officer, and when he heard about the hole, he told Lawler that he needed to report what he knew to police. On or about 6/21/19, Lawler went to the East Granby resident trooper office and spoke with a trooper and an officer. After telling what he knew, Trooper Russell and Officer Arlowski went with Lawler to the site of the hole to excavate. After only digging down approximately 1.5 feet, efforts were halted due to hot weather conditions and nothing of note was found. But they only dug 1.5 feet, which I don't understand, but whatever. So on August 2nd, Lawler was installing an outbuilding on the property when one of the other club members remarked, "Did you hear about Kent Mahoney? He's involved in that Dulos case." It was at this point that Lawler came to several realizations. One, Mahoney was an associate of Fotis, whose wife had obviously gone missing on 5/24, which is right around the time that all of this was happening. 2, that Mahoney was responsible for the club's existence. He's the one who found the land and helped secure it and establish the club 12 to 15 years earlier. And 3, although he had left the club years earlier, Mahoney had reached out to another club member in March or April, which is right before she goes missing, And he said that he wanted to get back into the club, and he inquired how to get back into the property. The member told him about the hidden key to the logging chain. Mahini had taken that information and never followed up renewing his club membership. So he said he wanted to get back in. He gets the information about where the key is, and then all of a sudden they never hear from him again about actually coming back to the club. So Lawler then went back to East Granby resident trooper and spoke again to the trooper, who passed on the information to Sergeant Ken Ventresca. Let's see, they talked to New Canaan Police Department, Connecticut State Police, Search and Rescue Team. So under the authority of written consent to search signed by J. Lawler, detectives searched the property for signs of the hole. At GPS coordinates, latitude, longitude, whatever, teams found a site of disturbed earth measuring approximately 2.5 feet wide, 6 feet long, and 3.5 feet deep. Surface debris, like leaves, twigs, fabric from a nearby hunting blind, etc., was found well underground. The K-9 team searched the hole and surrounding property, but could locate no signs of human remains. No signs of the tarp or the bags of lime were located. The hole was photographed and filled back in. The only thing... These are starting to hurt my ears. The only thing that... Okay, so this is what they were able to get from his cell phone stuff. Obviously, he didn't have his phone anymore, but they did do a search warrant for his call detail records. So this is what they were able to find on that. So on 3/29, on March 29th, from 1:09 to 1:43, his phone was hitting on the tower in East Granby near where that Rod and Gun Club is. So this is like just under 2 months before she disappears. His cell phone hit the tower, which appears to service Fotis' house on May 23rd, which is the day before, at 5:21 p.m. and 5:23 p.m. These times coincide with the time at which Dulos left his dinner party guests on the night before Jennifer's disappearance to drive to Stop and Shop in Simsbury because he needed more meat to cook. So remember that whole story she was telling a little while ago? This popped into my head when she was talking about that, because she said that he needed to leave to get more meat because they didn't have enough meat or whatever. The times that she says that he left coincide with the times that Kent was in the area by his house. Prior to his device traveling to the area of Stop and Shop, his device traveled to the area of 80 Mountain Spring Road. Residential surveillance confirmed Dulos drove onto the property of 80 Mountain Spring Road, remaining there for approximately 7 minutes. So he was at, Fotis had gone to the workhouse for 7 minutes while he was out getting meat the night before Jennifer disappeared. So on the morning that Jennifer disappeared, 5:24, from 7:29 a.m. until 8:22 a.m., Kent, this is consistent with Kent being present in the 4-group office on the morning of the crime, as confirmed also by Troconis and by Kent himself. And then on 5:31, at 11:04 p.m., 5:31 at this is like a week later. This is like right after car wash day and all that. At 11:04 p.m., who goes hunting at 11:04 p.m. at a hunting club that you aren't even a member of? Kent's phone hits by the tower where the Windsor Rod and Gun Club is. So he is charged conspiracy to commit murder and let's see, did he get... Oh, well this one's for just conspiracy to commit murder. This one doesn't have tampering with evidence. Let's see. Yeah, this one's just conspiracy. So that's suspicious as hell, to say the least. But that's his. So if we know that he was there the night before when Fotis went to go get meat, and we know that Fotis went to the workhouse for 7 minutes, and Kent was in the area, and then Kent was there the next day. Kent obviously knows a lot more than what he had told them, which is why I really hope that he testifies. But we'll see.
Marked.
Mr. Troconis can be seated.
Siéntate. I had indicated, even before I provided the disclosures, that the state is correct when they were handed, that I was planning on calling or believing I may be calling these witnesses that deal with obvious things, like just memory in general. The Nooses case was the case that at one point the state tried to remember and they couldn't remember the name of the case. I found it. I've read that case. That case specifically says that the defense does not have to have a report prepared by an expert. And what the court needs to understand is a report prepared by a privately retained expert is very expensive, especially it's not a case where either of those experts evaluated Ms. Troconis, went, talked to her, or in any way have to testify or will testify about her specific person. They're talking in general about the items that affect matters such as stress, fatigue, shock, the things that have already been.
Okay, so this is all the stuff that they were arguing about for the defense's case, which is supposed to start next week after prosecution rest.
Established in the case, and the second witness, that's Dr. Loftus. The second witness, Dr. Or Professor Marianne, deals with the issues of how people who speak more than one language, how they process information, how interruptions can affect their ability to repeat or report information accurately. So in general. Now, what's concerning to me is twofold. Number one, last Friday, the court specifically asked the state when they were going to conclude. And they said they expected to conclude on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, even if there was a snowstorm and the jury wasn't here this past Tuesday, which there was. Now I'm hearing that they're saying that they're going to conclude, quote, sometime during the week, which is a problem because I have witnesses flying in, multiple witnesses flying in Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and that's why the court asked the state those questions. So that's concerning to me as well, together with the fact that the whole morning was spent over my objection, the court overruled my objection, rehashing evidence that had already been admitted over the course of the last almost 5 weeks. And therefore, we missed a couple of hours of being able to complete this witness's testimony and the playing of the third interrogation, which I know we're not even, we're not even at the half point yet, according to the transcript anyway. It could even be longer if there's delays, and that is pauses. So what I wanted to say in response, I think that the state's motion is without merit. I believe that whatever they are arguing that they don't have enough time, what Mr. McGinnis failed to tell the court is Ms. Felsen offered to actually this weekend give Mr. McGinnis every area that we would be covering with these witnesses. I'm going to be speaking to them on the weekend, and at this point, I only have the general areas that have been set forth, and I'll note it's 45-page CV. It lists all of the articles, everything that Professor Loftus has written about, and it's all within the scope of that. And the final point I'll make, Your Honor, is this. The state suggests, and I submit erroneously, that they have complied and given me all of the reports of their expert witnesses in a timely fashion. And I will just state for the record that is simply untrue. Now, I have not made an issue of it. We've been given the name of a witness the night before. In the case of raw data, they gave us raw data, such as that Burla report, which Your Honor heard. It's like 1,000 pages or more long, and you can't tell from that what's relevant and what's not. You can look at it just like somebody gives me, 6 months or 2 years of AT&T records, until they actually do a report. Even Agent Hoyland's report was done February 8th, excuse me, I believe. I can't remember. But the point being, I sucked it up. I got it. The gentleman from the lab who did the Burla investigation, I got that report with the maps that morning. Did I complain that we had to postpone the trial so I could contact someone else and go into it? No. So my point here, Your Honor, is I have witnesses that are lined up now. It's going to be towards the end of next week, but the state has had ample time, and their suggestion that they don't is not well taken under any theory or reading of minusis. Thank you.
Judge, I don't even know where to begin, but I guess I'll start with marking a couple of things for identification.
Look, I gotta tell you, these two are not gonna be besties after this. I don't think. Like the amount of snark that they have when they're going back and forth too. And I love it when they're like, well, that's interesting, because what he said was they get really snarky.
For this hearing.
I love it.
Judge, I'm handing forward what has been marked for identification as states 150 and 151, which are two engagement letters between Attorney Schoenhorn and his, quote, expert witnesses.
Quote, expert witnesses, he says.
Just ask the court, perhaps direct you to the last page, which is the date of signature.
Yeah. They will not be on each other's Christmas card list.
Judge, this is absolute trial by ambuscade. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The defense is playing games. That's all this is. The reality is that neither of these experts were on their witness list. They have dropped, Attorney Schoenhorn somehow suggests that a 45-page CV alleviates any prejudice. That belies common sense, Judge. The fact that the CV is so long and we've been given still no clear direction on what she's going to testify to, he's going to speak with her this weekend, I think is what he said. How can we possibly prepare adequate cross-examination under these circumstances? And the defense, and this happens often, they mistake having a burden of proof with not having a burden of production. They are not the same thing. If they want to call an expert witness, they have to give us adequate notice. They let us know that they were calling these two witnesses. One was as late as February 6th. The other one was January 30th. Attorney Manning asked Attorney Schoenhorn to please put what she would be testifying to in writing, and he did not. And as evidenced by today, he refuses to do so, okay? And so we are really at a real disadvantage here, Judge. And I want to say this. We don't know whether or not we're going to need to file a Porter hearing. I have no idea whether or not this type of testimony has been accepted in Connecticut before, mostly because I don't have an adequate proffer as to each witness. With respect to Dr. Marion, I've never heard of this science until Mr. Schoenhorn brought it to our attention, so we might be looking at some Porter hearings next week if we do go forward. Mr. Schoenhorn repeatedly misquotes the state in his oral arguments. What I said was we would be resting sometime early next week, i.e. Tuesday, so he says we would rest sometime during the week. Again, he just misquotes us. But Judge, really the issue here, it's a matter of fundamental fairness. We have done our best to collaborate.
A Porter hearing is like they'll have a hearing to decide if proffered evidence is relevant and reliable.
With the defense, we have done our best to accommodate their many requests. Attorney Schoenhorn brings up the Burley report, and that's interesting because he was given that report years ago and asked Attorney Manning if it could be sort of a Reader's Digest version, could be put together. And so we did that for him, and that's the version that he got, the version that he requested. Okay? So these are misstatements of the record, to say the least, Judge. And they are false equivalencies. Okay? Now, with respect to Attorney Felsen offering for me to have an opportunity to speak with Dr. Loftus, that is true. The reason I didn't mention it is because I said we weren't going to be arguing this at that point. I just wanted to bring it to the court's attention to argue it, not because I was somehow trying to withhold information from the court. But what's interesting about that is Attorney Felsen asked me whether or not I had received her email about speaking with Dr. Loftus. And I said, no, I haven't seen that. She said, I emailed you. I said, well, I haven't seen it. And then she approaches me and says, actually, I don't see the sent email to you, but you can speak with Dr. Loftus this weekend if you want. So if you look at the Jackson case, Judge, which we cited in our memorandum, Justice McDonald specifically said in that opinion that offering one party to speak with the opposing party's expert is inadequate. It's inadequate because that expert is not just going to say, here are all the weaknesses in my testimony that you can expose on cross-examination. So if we look at the Jackson case, which I think is really the model here in terms of late disclosure. Now, in that case, it was the state and the defendant was complaining about late disclosure. They are way over the line in terms of the disclosure here, and they still refuse to give us anything concrete in writing so that we can prepare cross-examination. This is a farce, and the false equivalencies of what we've been doing and what they've been doing have got to stop.
Woo!
If you look at the engagement letters, Judge, They engaged these two experts in August of 2020 and February of 2021. Why weren't they on the so-called list of names that might come up? Why weren't they on that list if they might have come up? I mean, if you look at the engagement letters, if deemed desirable by the attorneys, the business associate shall offer expert testimony in either court or by deposition. So that's a name that might come up. Yet for some reason, we didn't get it. We didn't get it until January 30th. We didn't get it until February 6th. Judge, they should be precluded from offering this testimony. Otherwise, we need a continuance, and they need to have their experts write a report, and this is going to take a really long time because this is unfair. This is fundamentally unfair.
But the court
May I
does not,
respond quickly?
well, this is not a matter of the response at this point.
I
The court
understand.
has to make sure the jury isn't ambushed. Now, looking back on the history of the pretrial proceedings, the court recalls that Dr. Ruva had a report that was made available. So the court is not unaware that when reports are requested, they're made available by the defense. The state's witnesses have had reports made available. The issue here, in this court's view, is whether the state, in fairness and in the interests of justice, can mount an effective cross-examination based on a 45-page curriculum vitae. And the court's view is that they cannot. The state is probably not even, based on the representations, novitiates at understanding this area of memory or psychology,
Novitiates.
whatever area it falls into. So they cannot even mount an effective cross-examination. The failure to have a report, if the expert has written 100 books, it wouldn't be that difficult to generate a report. It could be cut and paste. In this court's view, it's an ambush. Unless the testimony by the expert is so general that it wouldn't constitute an ambush. But then it wouldn't be expert testimony. The court is not going to inquire as to the reason there is no report. The court has heard that they're expensive to prepare. The court understands that. That expense does not outweigh the state's opportunity to cross-examine. Now that just concerns the expert on memory. The expert on cell site placement
Novitiates. It's
may
novitiates. It's like a novice, like new or not knowing enough about it.
deserve different consideration. Cell site placement is, in this court's view, well, depending on who the expert is, not going to be essentially a substantial component of the defense. There's no need to, at this point in the trial, to pretend what this case is about. This case is about the credibility of the defendant and the physical evidence. Cell site placement is not going to be a significant component of the defense. So the court is not as concerned about no report for the expert who will testify concerning cell site placement.
That's a good point.
But concerning memory, the court is concerned. Because that is the gravamen of the defense. If this is just a matter of slipped memory and not willful failure to disclose information, that's a substantial slice of the defense. And the state should have an opportunity to cross-examine. But with a 45-page curriculum vitae and 100 books, the state is not going to have a reasonable opportunity to do that. The court looks back to the testimony of Dr. Aruba. It appeared in that instance the state had a significant opportunity to cross-examine. There was a report. The state combed that report in its examination, its cross-examination. That opportunity is not here. So concerning the memory expert, court grants the motion. Concerning the cell site placement expert, the motion is denied.
And Judge, does that also include Dr. Viorica Marion, who apparently was going to testify about linguistics and memory?
Yes.
I just want to point out, Your Honor, that the court did not allow me to put all the stuff on the record that I was going to put on. So I just want the court to be aware of a couple of things. First of all, the fact that I retained people to consult years ago is very clear that until they were necessary to be witnesses, and that was when Detective Kimball first testified, even while he was still on the stand, that's when it was first disclosed to the state that I intended to call an expert potentially, but I had not yet had an opportunity to follow up with that. But I gave the CVs that I was given at that point. This goes, what the court is doing, I want to be clear, this is the defense. So the court is specifically denying the defendant to put on a defense. And State v. Manousis specifically says the court does not have the authority under the practice book rule that the state had cited in its motions to require the defendant to prepare a report at her expense. So until the decision was made, I've consulted with a lot of experts, including a cell site expert, so I would be able to intelligently, I consulted with a DNA expert, I consulted with a CD tower expert. The question about whether they would be necessary for trial is something that comes up during the course of the state's case and not ahead of time. So to suggest, and I want to note that I was given a note here, one of the things that Attorney Felsen offered to do was give actual transcripts of Dr. Loftus's testimony from other cases, which I know Mr. McGinnis failed to note to the court. So if the court is saying the defendant is not allowed to put on its defense, and that's the main point of its defense, in fact, I would say it's the sole basis of defense other than there is no evidence of her involvement on any of these charges, then at least I want the court and the record to be clear that that's what the court is doing. I'm also aware that every one of, or many of her testimonies are also available on public websites, so they could have looked at that. And again, we're talking about January, so they've had all that time. They give me, and the court has permitted it, the night before I'm given the name of a witness for the next morning. I'm given no extra notice, so that what the court has now done is they've countenanced this entire trial where the state by ambuscade or ambushot. The last minute, I have to prepare that night for the next day's witnesses. And Your Honor would not even require them to do a full of who they actually were going to call as witnesses. There are 180 names on their list, 150 to 180, I don't have the exact number. And I was told I have to be ready to cross-examine any one of them because if they're on their list, that's their list. So I want the court to understand that it would be maybe the only case in Connecticut history where the court has precluded the defense because of and I submit, an erroneous allegation by the state that they don't have enough time to prepare. We've sat through hours, we've sat through days, Your Honor, of testimony of witnesses saying we didn't find anything. And I objected to that. The court allowed all that in, even though it had no relevance to the case. And I submit will confuse the jury. Your Honor pointed out I could cross-examine on the absence of evidence. But when it comes to the right to present a defense, it's paramount. We're not on the same team. The state has a burden, has a statutory burden to turn over everything. And there is nothing that this court ordered. There's nothing that was required to be turned over that would require the defense to prepare a report, quote unquote, by experts. And these are not scientific experts. So even the statement about Stay versus Porter, perhaps Mr. McGinnis doesn't know that under Connecticut law, Connecticut has not adopted the Cumho tire line of cases. So under Connecticut, the only expert Porter hearings have to do with new scientific research, scientific reports, such as DNA and whatnot, and whether STR mix would be admissible. So I just want the court to be aware that, and I'm saying this on the record, the court is denying the defendant her constitutional right under the state and federal constitution to present a defense. Now, the last thing I want to ask
Before
is...
you proceed, counsel, this court's practice is not to impugn counsel, but there is the practice of impugning the court. What the court is doing is the result of what the court is doing may be, in counsel's view, to deny the defendant an effective defense.
Yeah, I apologize. I'll rephrase that the effect of the court's ruling is to deny the defendant the right to present a defense. And I just want to clarify, though, is the court also precluding general teaching testimony on the subject as well, even if it does not refer to the specifics of this case?
Well, the court has no idea what is going to be the testimony. That's the concern.
Well, I didn't...
And here's what the court did not want and would not allow: that there be a rerun of these 7 hours and the videos be stopped, and then the expert is asked, what about this? What about that? 25 minutes in, what about that? 18 minutes after that, what about that? The court wouldn't allow that. So even if the court were to indicate there'd be some testimony allowed, it wouldn't allow that.
Understood.
And the court's second view is there's a Sixth Amendment right to a speedy and public trial before an impartial jury in the state and district in which the crime shall have been committed, which shall have been previously ascertained by law. The defendant shall have the right to cross-examine, bring in their own witnesses, subpoena witnesses, and have counsel for their defense. That does not mean the defendant can present any kind of defense at any time for however long with whatever continuance is needed in any manner. You may proceed.
Judge, may I just be heard briefly?
Yes.
So firstly, he misreads Manousis entirely. Manousis does grant the court the authority to order the expert to produce in writing their opinions. That's number one. Number two, I would just note that Attorney Schoenhorn's argument really is a house of cards and it collapses, because what he indicated is, once again, a false equivalency, that somehow the court is being unfair to the defense because they're only finding out who the witnesses are a day in advance because they're on our witness list. Listen carefully to that.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done, Your Honor, and I thought he was
list.
going to interject and said he's now doing his rebuttal. I'm
The
not
court
used
is-
to
The
that.
court is going to give both counsel their opportunity, so we're not in a rush.
Good Lord.
The difference, of course, is that our witnesses were actually on our witness list and theirs wasn't. So the argument, quite frankly, collapses on its face.
Attorney Schoenhorn.
Yes. The defense, I want to be clear, does not have a duty to produce a list of witnesses. Once a person is determined to be a witness, depending on the state's case, it is immediately produced, even though that's not the requirement. But what I just heard say was the court has the authority to order an expert to prepare a report, but the court never did that. So the fact that Manousis, in I think dictum, says that under one of the practice book rules, the court could order that, that didn't happen here. And what Manousis says is that under the practice book rule does not require a witness to prepare a report. And I'm indicating that we are in the process of interviewing those witnesses as it pertains to this case. So if the court wishes, and if that's going to be the issue, then between now and Tuesday, we will prepare a discovery response that will cover the areas that the witness is intending to respond to. But to suggest that we should be precluded from putting on testimony about how things like sleep deprivation, stress, etc., affect people's memory, the fact multiple people questioning at the same time, the implantation of, by drillings into somebody, memories that then by the next time they become to believe is their own, again, without specific reference to any particular person. It's based on her, for example, Dr. Loftus, her 40 years of research and study.
Well, the court understands, counsel. The issue for the court is not whether there is what would be referred to as a report. As counsel knows, you can submit, or it has been submitted when a brief is asked for, a letter brief. The court hopes counsel has seen those.
I have, yes.
Or some sort of, in technical areas, some sort of abstract. But when there's nothing, that tilts the seesaw of fairness. So your expert, again, in this court view, can cut and paste and put something together very quickly.
All right, I understand. May I be heard, Judge?
Yes.
I mean, I would object to the defense being given that opportunity at this point because we've been asking for it. They haven't done it. Now, because the court has precluded the testimony, they apparently want to dump a report on our laps at the last minute in some last-ditch effort to try to save this testimony. And it's still a late disclosure. We still don't know how much time we're going to need to digest this report, whether or not it's valid. By the way, Attorney Schoenhorn said it's not scientific. Well, if it's not scientific, then it shouldn't be admissible. That's my view. Because as the court indicated, if it's just general testimony, it's not expert testimony. So that's the first thing. But to try to have them resurrect this proffer after just arguing with the court for 15 minutes about how they didn't have to produce a report, I'd ask the court to not revisit its ruling because we're still going to be in the place we are, which is we're going to get a report dumped on our lap on Monday night, and we're going to be expected to cross next week, and it's unfair.
Well, here's what the court is inclined to do. Of course, the report is going to be admitted as a full exhibit, correct? If there is a report, that's what generally would have to happen. The court would require, and this is irregular, the court would require what the court will term a report, but in whatever form it comes, by tonight at midnight.
Oh.
Email the court with a report.
You
The
got
court
homework.
knows that it has come in, made available to the state.
Oh, you got till midnight.
Counsel had
I'll just say,
indicated.
Your Honor, I don't even know if we can reach these individuals by tonight, so that's part of the concern. Dr. Loftus is in California, and Professor Marion
Gives you
is
extra
in
time.
Chicago.
That gives you extra time.
And there it is. That's
You're
what I'm
on
talking
East
about.
Coast.
They want to dump it on us.
Bam.
Court's ruling is tonight at midnight. They have assistants, the court would suspect, graduate students, fellows, and the court wants to know what has come in by tonight at midnight, and the state has had an opportunity to receive it.
We need 5-minute recess so we can make a phone call right now.
That's fine.
Baby snark doo 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 doo. Whoever did that, you're wrong
Let's
for
come
that. You
back
got
in at
that
5
one
minutes
there.
after 4.
I got that in my head. Oh my Lord of mercy. Look, Shoehorn is not a happy camper. Big mad. Big mad. I did the poll on do you think that the state has proven that Missy Mistress is part of the do you think they've proven their case for her being conspiring to commit murder? I don't think they have. And do I think she did it? It's definitely a possibility. Do I think that she knew what happened? Hell yes. There's nothing I've seen that can convince me otherwise of that. Like, you know, with all the lies and all that, yes. But I don't think that I've seen enough proof up to this point to know for sure if she knew going into it that it was going to happen. So I don't know. Yeah, it's not because like the question is, do you think that the state has proved it? Not do you think she knew? Do you think that the state has proved the case that she knew ahead of time? And I don't think they've proved that part yet.
Bring the jury in, please.
It's hard sometimes, like when you're doing these polls and stuff, especially to differentiate between what you think she did or what you think she knows or knew or whatever, as opposed to what the state has been able to prove. but
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to pick it back up at 2:27:29 p.m.
The whole key thing is problematic. Is there anything, I think,
for whatever reason, I think we can tell you more about the key situation.
Okay. Do you need anything? Do you use the bathroom? Do you need to go? How do you feel like you're doing right now with us?
Obviously, I'm not comfortable, but I'm not comfortable with you guys.
Do you feel more truthful with us? 'Cause I'm not sure I do.
Well, I tell you, everything this has been like very shocking to me.
I understand that.
And like when we spoke 2 months ago, I mean, I was like completely in shock. I've been really working hard with Andy to try to to figure out and bring my memory back to all details. What has helped me is chats, pictures,
Okay.
that I've been recollecting from people.
You bring up more picture, and I think that's what we're doing. Because we're here to determine which of these pictures, which of these folders, these 10 folders, right? Are these going to stay 10 or are they going to continue on being, having photos put into them? So there are certain things in my mind that are not going to be anymore. Okay? This is you in photos, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
This is not going to be anymore. Ever. I'm just guessing. There are some other things that I'm hoping you still have an opportunity to partake in. I mean, you got some nice, you go on some nice trips. Okay, this is you in your family in Cuba, I believe, one of those photographs. Right, these are your family, right?
Well,
You.
this is my
Okay,
best
this is your
friend.
family, right?
It's not family, this is my best friend, my
Friend.
best friend.
Okay.
And this is a wife of him, this is a kid of him.
But these people are important to you, right?
Yes, of course.
Is this person important to you? Okay.
No, because he got me into all
He got you into a lot of crap. These people are important to you, right?
Yes.
No, I have to guess. Which 10 of
The
them?
one they were 24, 25. You want right up?
okay, I'm seeing the debate going on. Real quick, think about it like this. She's obviously in on the cover up and all that. But think about it. What if she had come to them and said, you know what? He got home, he called me, he told me he did this, told me to help him. I panicked. I helped him clean everything up. I didn't know what else to do. I was scared about whatever. Would that be believable? Is there evidence to say that that's not believable? Because to me, that is a reasonable scenario. And if there's another reasonable scenario, then that is reasonable doubt. So to me, that would be a not guilty on that part. Because it is possible that that's what happened. So it's not unlikely, it's not unreasonable that that would be what happened. And there's no evidence to say that we've seen so far that has said that that couldn't be what happened. That she 100% had to know beforehand. No, I'm not talking about if she said that but kept lying. That's not my point. My point is that would be a reasonable explanation, Okay, y'all are totally missing my point. My point is, if I'm looking at this from what they've presented, the evidence that they've presented, you have to convict her beyond a reasonable doubt. To me, it would be a reasonable story that fits with all of this stuff if she conspired after, to clean up and do all of that. And there's no evidence that says she knew beforehand. So that's why I'm saying everything, all of the evidence that we have about everything that she was involved in up to this point has been after the fact, not before. So for me, that's not enough to convict for that. As much as I think, she definitely knew what was going on after and all of that, there hasn't been enough lies, no lies, whatever, none of that stuff matters. That's not evidence that proves she knew beforehand.
It's fine. Is this person for you, Michelle?
Yes.
Okay. Because quite frankly, this person is, I don't even know Nicole, but she's important to me. Because I don't want her to be without her mother. And I'll tell you right now, the way that things are going, I'm not feeling overly confident that you're being truthful enough with us to keep yourself together with her. Because, Jennifer Valente, she and her boyfriend, Kyle David, she was sitting in your chair one time telling us stories, kind of like what you're telling us. You know where she is right now? She's in prison for 8 years. I don't want that to be you, because I don't want her to be without her mom. So we're not asking you difficult questions. These are things, Michelle, I want you to tell what happened to Jennifer, what you know about what Fotis did to Jennifer. That's what I want to know.
Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, take a few minutes and then I'll. Okay.
I think that's enough.
I'm trying to kind of shock you a little bit because this is what it comes down to. All right? Have a few minutes. We're gonna. This is we go. Oh, we can't put it up because we have to. But if you want to go somewhere private, we can. You want to go somewhere else? That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Go anywhere you want.
All right, if you could just show us where I want to.
Oh, no, that's fine. You can come back here.
Just going to pause it at 2:32:08. Detective, in that last segment, you suggested to Attorney Bowman to take a break or ask if they needed a break. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why did you do that?
We wanted to have a little bit of regrouping. We give him a chance to speak to his client and hopefully talk some sense into her.
All right. At this point, Judge, with the court's permission, can I jump ahead 30 seconds at a time until everyone returns?
Yes.
How long you were a federal prosecutor for?
Oh, a little under 3 years. I was, but I was, let's say I was out for 2 years, then I was a federal defender. So I did that for about 4 years. I had 3 assistants who did the whole state. It's a bigger office now.
Yeah. Branch out a little bit.
One of the guys who was an assistant of mine, who we spent six months on trial, is now on trial in Washington, D.C.
Really?
Yeah, Gregory Craig, one of the best lawyers. He was charged in connection with, he was retained by the Ukrainian government.
Really?
And we charged him in connection with the Foreign Agent Registration Act. So he's actually on trial.
Wow. People find themselves in the
But
precarious predicament.
This guy was, he was the Assistant Secretary of State. He was, one of the best lawyers in Washington.
Just going to pause it at 2:40:26. Attorney Bowman is speaking with another gentleman. Who's the other gentleman?
That's Detective Chris Allegro.
All right, thank you.
Things that seem to be going on better, change after night, so to speak. Such as, want this? No? Okay. You want it? You heard it your favorite. Heard it your favorite. But especially for you, I look.
Sure. Really? I mean, I don't want you to, because you're exhausted or tired, okay?
All right, look. Again, from our standpoint, okay, the way we see things, what we've learned, just a little bit of what that is. You have to look at it this way. Fotis goes on Wednesday, prior to the 24th, to Grace Farms to be with his kids, and he
But you
doesn't.
didn't go to Grace Farms. For what I'm new
All right,
for.
listen, just
let me,
okay, just
say what I gotta say, and then you'll have all the opportunity for it. You send him a text, doesn't go through, he doesn't get it, he doesn't respond. You become angry, and you send him the emoji of the milk tin. Days later, you still bring it up because you're still upset about it. Okay? I've been through your phone. I've seen your phone. I see all the little snippets of when Fotis gets a text message and you take the little picture that you take. She gets a message from a female and it's in Greek. And you're all over it.
Yes.
And I'm sure you bring it up to him, what's this? Okay? Now, let's go to the 24th Friday. You wake up, you go in your bedroom, and Fotis isn't there. A few hours later, you come across his phone with Ken in the office. Fotis isn't there. And you expect us to believe that you didn't go looking for him the entire day. You didn't see him anywhere. You never questioned him. You weren't concerned about where he was. You didn't try to reach out to him. Why aren't you here? Why are you without your phone? Where are you? What are you doing? Yeah, I understand. So, we believe you know a lot more about this than what you're telling us. Okay? You don't want to call them lies. Call them whatever you want. Then this document comes into play. You and Fotis sat down and did your documents.
With Pavel.
With Pavel.
See, them saying this right now, I think is what all of us think. Like, we all are looking at this like, okay, this is how, like, these are all the things that don't add up and make you look guilty. But thinking these things and the state proving it are two different things. I think she knew. I think she's guilty. But I don't think that the state has proven it. Because it's not what we think. It's what they have proved. She is an innocent woman at this point. She is an innocent woman until the state proves that she's not. So we have to look at it like that. So do I think she's guilty? Hell yeah. Like, look at all of the stuff in one big picture. And what he's explaining right now is the reason why nobody believes her. But I am going to be interested to see what the jury instructions are, because there's not actual evidence that proves that she knew beforehand. So it's going to come down to what the jury argues that out as, you know?
You guys do your documents, and in here you talk about you wake up at 6:40 together, you take a shower.
He said that.
You go along with it.
Okay, but then I'm not saying that I did.
Okay.
That's
The
his
question
timeline.
is why, this is how it looks. This timeline. When we sat down with you the first time, this is the timeline you gave us. What do you not tell us about? You don't tell us about the ride to Hartford. We had to bring that up. In fact, it's not even in here. Never happened, but it did. Okay, let me finish. You don't tell us about the key that just happens to end up in the Cherokee, but Pavel told us about the key. He even saw the key. And then he and Fotis disappear. And when they come back, you and the key are gone. Not the way you said it happened, but the way Pavel said it happened.
We had to call you, we had to bring the key back to them.
But I didn't bring the key.
So let me finish my point. So that's not in here. Then we fast forward to the 29th, and the car wash. None of that's in here. And that's all important stuff. You find it hard to believe a girl, a woman, who's that on top of her man. You don't text me within the hour, I'm giving you the finger. And I saw the conversation, it was the whole thing. And it wasn't the first time that happened, where you guys went back and forth. All right? And then he's getting text messages from other women in Greek, and you're all over him. There's tons of women on that phone.
Yes.
Videos,
Did you see the
pictures.
time? Was that?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
I'm just talking about you because it kind of shows us a lot about you. And now he's not there. Just so happens to be the day that his wife goes missing. He's not there, but his phone is. Did you ever ask him? Where were you?
Well, after when the police came, yes.
There's
Okay.
still other charges.
The police
What did
came
he
at
say?
8:30 at night.
There's so much to this. There's no way you just didn't know. You're too involved. You're there. How do you hid this? So you really need to tell us what you truly, truly, truly know. You've been given a gift. All right, you've been given a gift to give yourself lots of freedoms in the future that you may not have. Jennifer Linton, her boyfriend, kills his two parents. They go missing. The girlfriend, she doesn't know anything. She gets arrested for one of the two charges you're charged with. She goes to jail for a lot less than what we have on you. She's doing 8 years. 8. And that's what you're looking at, but you have multiple counts. Andy can explain this to you. help yourself and tell us what you know, because we all believe you know a lot more, and if we're going to continue to go through the timeline, we're all set.
So after Wednesday, when he goes, he's with Jennifer, you send him the middle finger emoji because he doesn't respond. Just, you've had a chance, now it's our chance. You're pissed off at him on Wednesday, right? You're mad at him? You are, because what else did you give him that? That's a F you, right?
Yeah.
So you're mad at him. Then on Friday, you wake up, he's not there. You don't know where he is. You told me you didn't know where he was, right? How do you not ask him where he was when he comes home for lunch? How does that happen?
Okay.
Do you know more, yes or no? And if you do, give us that answer and then start telling us. If not, I think we're all set.
Okay.
From the beginning, when he started to think about this, everything.
No, that I don't know.
Do you know more, yes or no?
No, I don't know about anything that he replied or anything. I'm
Do
just
you know
telling
more about this, yes or no?
about what?
About Jennifer going missing and all the details that surround it. Do you know more than what you
No,
told
I'm
us,
gonna
yes or
tell
no?
you. What he was like when I came out of the what's the called name of the 80 mountain that he asked for the paper towel. Yes, he was cleaning the Tacoma.
He was cleaning the
Tacoma.
Alright, so you've given us a lot of detail, but it's not the detail we need to hear.
Okay.
If Fotis was cleaning the Tacoma, if you
Because
saw
he said
more,
he's still following.
you need to give us
Okay,
that detail.
I'll give you every detail.
Explicit
That Wednesday, I tell you, I didn't know where. I thought he was in Grace Farm. I found out that he wasn't in Grace Farm when he spoke with Jacob. Probably Monday at night, and Jacob said, Fotis, were you inside that house that night? When you were having dinner? And I didn't know. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he said, because if there's a hair, a piece of skin, whatever, of you inside that house, you're in big trouble.
In that house, Jennifer's house.
Jennifer's house.
Who else?
Huh?
Who else Lane?
Yeah, we're Jennifer.
Yeah.
And his response was?
No, I did not go in.
No, I did not go in.
Yes.
Okay.
But you didn't know he was at the house.
I didn't
You're not
know.
going in that house.
I didn't know. So that's when I got really pissed off, and I said, "You lied to me.
Sure.
You didn't. You told me that you were in Grace Park, and that's why there was no signal."
This is the Michelle we want to talk
Of course, I was upset that day, but that was Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That was on a Monday that he spoke with Jacob that night. Okay. Then prior of that day, I knew because Fotis was lying to me. He told me that the day before Mother's Day, that I was in Boston with Nicole, and he came later that night. I said, how was your day? Oh, we had a fantastic time. We went to the fair. Wait. That was when was Mother's Day? May 12th, so 11th. He went to the fair with the kids and the supervisor. Okay. And he said, no, we had a nice time. Okay, perfect. I got you a gift. It was toasted. Okay, good. That night, and then he said, Constantine went to a lacrosse match. I'm like, why she does that? Why she takes the kids when it's your day to have them all? And he goes, well, you know how she is. And she said, no, but she just picked him up and took him to the whatever game. Okay, the next day, we were with all the family of Mark having celebrating Mother's Day, and I hear Fotis telling Mark that Jennifer spent a couple of hours in that fair with him, and I didn't know either. So again, I got upset. I went to the car because I couldn't do a scene there. I called my mom and my sisters. Then I went back to the place where we were having lunch. Yeah, I think it was a yacht, I don't know. To the restaurant where we were. And then that night, I'm like, why are you lying to me? And he said, well, I don't want you to get upset. So yes, it's true. Fotis had these things of chatting with women, looking at other women's, and I would get upset, but I didn't know until I found out.
Okay, so now let's go back to 80 Mountain Road.
Okay.
I understand that history and things that have said, but we're here about what happened, Jennifer.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
So tell us everything you saw. He's cleaning the Tacoma. So you see, why are we just getting that down? What am I doing?
I'm telling you.
Let's hear it.
Okay.
All the details.
He asked for paper towel. He went inside. I think he went from the outside because I was outside. I said the paper towel is in the kitchen or it's upstairs because I put it in the bathroom, in one of the bathrooms. He went, grabbed it, and then at some point when I'm coming outside, he was walking from the Tacoma, like turning around from the Tacoma and walking towards me.
Which side of the Tacoma was he on?
Driver's side.
Yeah.
Driver's side. Was it driver's side?
No. The Tacoma was looking towards going out.
So which side was he coming from?
From the co-pilot.
The passenger
The
side.
passenger.
So if it's a pickup truck, so there's only a driver and a passenger.
Well, that's not his four doors on one. Okay, but it was from here, and this is the driver and the passenger.
Yeah.
So he was coming from here,
Okay.
and then he walked and he grabbed me. He gave me a piece of paper over the toilet, paper towel, and I put it inside where I had the bag of cleaning That's what I was cleaning the house.
Okay. Did you see spilled coffee?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you see a coffee cup?
No, because I didn't look inside the car.
Did the paper towel smell like coffee?
No, I didn't smell
Well,
it.
still, you're holding
But-
coffee sticks.
Pero I hold a paper towel, but I didn't smell it. I didn't see that.
But even still, you didn't smell coffee.
No.
You know how coffee is when you smell it stinks.
Yeah.
Smell it.
Yeah.
Well, actually.
Yeah.
What other detail
So,
can you give?
the other detail, before Pavel arrived, we were against that Tacoma. Can I put a... Well, he was behind me. I pushed him like that. I turn around, I put my hands in his pocket, and he goes like this, and I said, I'll give you the surprise tonight, something like that. He made like a joke. And that's when Pavel arrived.
Does that happen on the passenger side of the car?
Yes. Yes, because the Tacoma was looking that way.
I'm gonna ask you a question, I'm just curious, from my own mind. When you're on the passenger side of the car, you guys fooling around?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's all I need.
We're going to pause it at 2:53:47. The defendant just indicated that her and Mr. Dulos were fooling around on the passenger side of what vehicle?
The Toyota Tacoma.
Now, at any point during your June 2nd, 2019 interview, did the defendant give this detail that her and Fotis were being physical with each other?
Not at all, no.
How about on June 6th, 2019?
No, not at all.
This is the house with the four garage. This door was the one open. The Tacoma, let's say, was here.
Conversation about the keys. Yeah, but
Then,
There's going to be something
and then Pavel comes.
you're going to hear that, okay?
Pavel
I don't know
comes.
what your evidence is, but I want you to hear something relating to the time. Okay.
Something like that. So this is the driver's passenger, and we were here, and Pavel comes, and I believe these cars were here, there.
So this is the passenger side of the Tacoma, and the door is open.
Yes, and.
All right, but John's gonna ask you.
Yes.
Are you guys having sex? You and Fotis?
Not with our clothes on, but
You
he
were
was.
getting there, and then Pavel arrived.
Yeah, but we weren't. I don't think we were gonna have sex.
Okay.
But yes, we were.
So regardless, you guys were fooling around in a sense sexually
Yes.
in the passenger side of the Tacoma with the door open,
Yes.
and that's at 80 Mountain on the 24th.
On the.
After Fotis has cleaned that car.
Yes, because he gave me the paper. I went in and then I came out.
Okay. So please continue.
Pavel arrives. They make like a joke now because like 3 weeks later or a month before, Pavel found us in the kitchen. And since that day we were making jokes like, okay, we're not doing anything.
Okay.
I think Pavel says something about a bicycle. He talks about a bicycle.
Okay. Tell me about the bicycle.
No, he said, oh, you're riding bicycle, you're doing rides with the bicycle. And that's before they were talking, that was either before or after talking about 61 surgery.
All right. What do you mean? Pavel says this today on the 24th. The bicycle conversation comes up.
Yes.
So
I'm almost
just let me
sure.
just
But
make sure I
then
understand.
I saw Pavel on Tuesday when the timeline with the three of us.
Pavel say that he saw a bicycle in New Canaan on the 24th at 61 Sturbridge. No, I'm trying to understand. So there was a bicycle at this house. Which bike was it?
Not a motorcycle, a bicycle.
A bicycle?
Yes.
Okay.
The Fotis old bicycle.
What color is it?
But it's the old bicycle.
Dark gray, brownish.
It's a dark gray brown bike. Is that bike at Fort Jefferson?
It must be.
It must be?
It must be there.
Okay. Tell me what Pavel said about the bicycle.
Something of riding, are you riding bicycle, or you're training, are you being Armstrong, something like that.
Okay. Do you know why I said that?
Because he was making a joke because he saw a bicycle.
Okay. So at 80 Mountain that day, there was a bicycle.
That was a bicycle.
Was the bicycle in the Tacoma?
No, it was inside the house.
It was inside the house?
Yeah, inside the house, in the garage. In the
Do you know what
garage.
kind of bicycle?
It's a,
Just
The
gonna
bike
pause
was
it at
inside the
2:57:15.
house.
The defendant just indicated to you that she saw a bicycle in the garage of what residence?
80 Mountain Spring Road.
On June 2nd, 2019, did the defendant indicate to you that she had seen Fotis Dulos' bicycle at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, not at all.
How about on June 6th, 2019? Did that detail come out?
No, it did not.
it's an old bicycle of Fotis that Fotis said that he had it since he was like 18. Because I have, when I went to pick up my stuff, I grabbed the 3 bicycles, 2 that are mine, and I have them because they're in the hotel. The mountain one, the street one, those 2 are mine, and a street of Fotis that is like gray. But that one, I bought it. We bought these 2 together like last year.
And was that bicycle at 80 Mountain ever before?
Which
Excuse me, the bicycle that they're talking about, the gray.
I don't know, because I go to his house only when he shows it to some clients in particular.
And no kind of bike it is?
No, but it's an old one. It's like a
Is
20.
it a Mercier?
I know it's supposed to be a good bicycle, but old.
Okay. So what else?
And that's it. And then at some point we all leave.
All right, so now let's talk about the keys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to be open with you. I'm just going to tell you. Pavel sees the keys hanging in the passenger side door.
Okay.
And he arrives at 89.
Okay.
He and Fotis go for a walk, and they talk about the dressing. And that's coming up nicely, the area where the ribbon is. According to Pavel, that's when you leave, and when they come back, the keys are gone.
So
Suggesting that you took the keys.
So I'm just going to pause it at 2:58:49. Detective Clabby was relating what Pavel Gumiani had stated during his interview. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
But that's not exactly what Mr. Gumiani said, correct?
That's correct. That was not what Mr. Gumiani had said.
What information did Mr. Gumiani provide during his interview?
Mr. Gumiani indicated
Objection,
that...
hearsay.
Well,
This
the
guy.
question is, what did Mr. Gomeni say during his 10-hour interview concerning the bicycle? And the objection is hearsay. Well, the panoramic view of what is being shown to the jury is relevant to the questions that are being asked of the defendant. So they're not, in this court view, offered for the truth, but how the police are going to interrogate the defendant concerning the bike. Overruled.
What did Mr. Gumiani say regarding the keys?
Mr. Gumiani said that he was leaving, when he left 80 Mountain Spring Road, he left in the Raptor. As he was leaving, he saw the keys to his vehicle in the door of his vehicle. He thought for a moment to retrieve them. At that time, he decided that he was going to be coming right back. He left them. He left. And when he returned with Fotis Dulos in the Raptor, the keys were missing.
There's no reason why I took the keys and I left, but I.
So this is where the problem is. This is where it's problematic. This is where we come back to this. All the things that we talked about in here that were said by you, not once, sometimes twice, because we met 2 times before, that were less than truthful. Now all of a sudden, you're taking the keys. You have to understand how that looks, okay? You do look very bad, okay? You need to explain, why did you go along with this? Because it looks like you knew more than you're saying.
Explain it, all right?
Okay.
This is your chance to explain.
On Tuesday morning, after I dropped off the call,
What day? What day? Tuesday?
28.
28.
Okay.
After dropping off the call in the school, I come back. Fotis and Pavel, at some point they arrived to the kitchen. Fotis grabs a book, a notebook, tears those pages and says, we have to write timelines to remember what happened that day. Pavel said, I don't need to write because I'm going to remember. And I said, I have to write because I'm not going to remember. Because, I don't know, I must have a very brilliant mind. I mean, I don't.
So did you write out your note?
No, that's not my handwriting. That's
So that's what I'm asking. Did you write out your note to remember?
I wrote one, but mine were highlighted first. Alarm, took people to school.
This one.
Exactly. That. Took people to school. That it was very basic.
Right.
The way I wrote it.
Right.
And he was the one saying, okay, Pavel, and you arrived, let's say 4:30. I don't remember what time he put Pavel. And Pavel said, you look like shit. To Fotis, like that he looked like shit.
Okay.
And Fotis said, well, don't say that. Fotis told Pavel. That was like one thing that I was like, I don't know the meaning of it. Then he said, Michi, you took the keys from Pavel's car. And I said, okay, yes. Like, it wasn't like important. For me, it wasn't important because first, I thought that to write a timeline was to kind of remember what you did that day. Which if you see my timeline has nothing. It was like alarm.
So Pavel said you took the keys and Fotis said.
No, Fotis said it to me.
Fotis said
Fotis said it. He said, Michi, you took the keys. And I said, yes. And he said, and we have to go back and get the car. Or pick up the pickup truck. Pavel's car. In 80. And that's how he was going through the timeline. But he was the one writing.
And he's the one that said what? About the keys and the title.
He said, Michi, you took the keys of Pavel's car. And I said, yes.
And what?
And then we had to go and pick up the car.
No.
Well, are you gave me the keys?
It's a different story. They're trying to.
Well, I'm telling you that what I remember of him in the kitchen arguing with us or telling us in the kitchen with Pavel.
Okay, but there's already things that Pavel is bringing up that Fotis is saying don't tell the police about, right? Like you look like shit, right?
Yes, yes.
Well, what about the keys? Did Fotis?
I don't think.
Okay, well, what we think happened is what we heard happen is Pavel said, and you took the keys, and Fotis said, we're going to leave her out of it.
What do you mean leave her out of it?
We're going to not tell the police, just like Fotis said, we're not going to tell the police about Pavel saying, look, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to tell them that.
Oh, yes, that he said,
okay.
but he didn't say don't tell the police. He said, well,
I understand, but the meaning was,
no,
all the things that you don't want to tell the police never made it into the story. Okay? That's the situation you're in. When we sat down with you the first time, everything you told us was from this paper. Okay? All the untrue statements were from this paper. At this point, it doesn't matter who wrote it. You're the one that said it. I'm not the one that has to answer to that. Okay? There was a reason why you followed this, and I'm calling it a script because that's pretty much what it is. All right? What you wrote, Michelle, you wrote a timeline. Okay? Look, it's in here. All right? That's a timeline. No, this is a script. Friday the 24th. And it just goes through. Michelle's what to her before she can.
Because I didn't read his, I did mine.
But when we go through everything you told us the first time we met, it's 100% that page.
Dress, jeans.
It's on the page that's the house order.
Okay.
You memorized it.
Oh, you did?
No, you. Okay. You're the one that regurgitated those words. I wanted to include taking a shower together.
We can stop it now.
Wait, I'm dead, but then.
30442.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that there isn't going to be a session on Monday. It's a state holiday. We are going to resume with the state's case on Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. Have a safe weekend. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not follow media reports about the case.
Oh, dang. Oh, dang. All right, so 78% of you think that the court, or the state rather, has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty of conspiracy to commit murder. We all know about the hindering, prosecution, all that. That's obvious. And 21% of you don't think that they have yet. Interesting, interesting. You know, the hardest thing for me is to look at it, to put my personal thoughts on what I think she's guilty of and her being, you know, messy mistress and all that. I think that to separate that from if it's been proven that she knew before. I personally think that she did, because she didn't, like, she wasn't like calling him and all of that stuff, you know, that morning. But she did see that his phone was there, which she wouldn't have been calling him once she saw that the phone was there. So I get that part. But his phone being there and her answering that call is the only stuff that gives me, like, that makes me think for sure that she knew beforehand. But is that enough to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? That's where the question on that comes in. So I think that if Kent does testify, I think that's gonna seal her fate, because then we're going to know, even though he's not, and the defense, if he does testify, the defense will say he's not reliable because his story changed and, he did this and this and this. But still, if you have two people who are, neither one of them are reliable, both of them have changed their stories, but one of them has their story that they're telling now under oath fits with all of the evidence and the other one doesn't, then that's how you weigh that testimony. You know what I mean? So I think if he does testify, then it's over for her. So I'm hoping he does. He has no reason not to. That's the only way he can get a deal for himself. Fotis is gone. He'd be stupid not to. Let's see. Okay, so stats. Marie Moss, our official statistician. 2 witnesses, 1 sidebar, 15 objections, motions that were denied to 91. That's hilarious. 31 lies. That's hilarious. That's awesome. And Marie Moss has and new word. No bitches. No. Marie Moss has a headache. Poor Marie Moss. Sorry we gave you a headache with having to count the M's. That's funny. So funny. Abe says, if he or she acts with mental state required to commit a crime and solicits, requests, commands, or intentionally aids another to engage in criminal conduct. Connecticut Penal Code. See, it's like all of this stuff, like there's literally no doubt that she had a part in the covering it up. But to engage in criminal conduct, to engage in the actual murder is, I think, it's going to, be interesting to hear. Oh, gosh. I'm not looking forward to having to hear the defense's case. She would have been a lot better off if she did take the defense of, like, I panicked and I helped him cover it up. I think a jury would have believed that. But trying to say, I didn't know anything the whole time. Didn't have a clue. Still don't even know. What happened? There was blood in those bags? I didn't know. Ain't nobody gonna believe that. So then once they already know that you're lying, and you're not saying, look, I panicked, I didn't know what to do, I made a mistake, whatever. If you keep on lying and we know you're lying, we ain't gonna believe nothing you say. So, messy mistress. Messy mistress. We'll see. Bah. So, obviously, no court tomorrow because it's Sunday. No court Monday. I will hopefully see y'all on Tuesday. If not, then, we'll do it when we can. See how it goes. But I would like to try to do, do it as much as I can during the week next week because it's getting close to the end. I want to be able to watch. It's going to suck, though, because when it goes into verdict watch, I'm not going to be able to start verdict watch until afternoon time in the afternoons because of treatment, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. If verdict comes when I'm not live, then we'll just have to suck it up and deal with it. Such is life. Y'all, I appreciate you so much hanging out on a Saturday. Lucy does too. You can't tell it by how she's acting. She doesn't seem real into it right now, but she's happy you're here. Look, she hears me talking about her. You hear me talking about you, you bad dog? Get up and say bye to your friends. Get up and say bye to your friends. Tell them bye. Tell them you love them. You won't see them again until Tuesday or Wednesday. Tell them you love them. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out on a Saturday. Enjoy your Saturday. Look, she knows she's about to get walked. Enjoy your Saturday. Enjoy your Sunday, and enjoy your Monday. And I will see y'all hopefully on Tuesday.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel.
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?